Well, I guess I am.
Okay, we're on. Today is
January.
Tuesday. Thank you. Tuesday, January the 24th, 2023. We're in the regular session of the Clear Creek County Board of County Commissioners. The first item, and hi, everybody. Hope you had a nice weekend. The first item on the agenda is, and the 8:30 item is an administrative approval of marijuana licenses. Nanette,
I'll speak for Nanette today, and the staff recommends approval. It's just an administrative head nod that we need.
okay, consider approved.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next item is public comment.
Not seeing anybody raise their hand, but give them a few.
Well, we're at 8:40
Okay.
and it was scheduled for 8:35. So it's time for county commissioner updates anyway.
Okay.
George, take it away.
Okay. Couple things on my mind. Where's my book? It's probably with that nice cup of coffee sitting on my counter. Actually, can I defer? Can I go last?
Sure, go for it, Sean.
Remember what was in my book.
In the last, so I need to leave here a little bit. Well, I think it'll probably be around the end of the meeting. I have a meeting down at CDPHE at 1:30, an in-person meeting. It's a task force, the ground ambulance licensing task force. Been spending a decent amount of time there, and also in the Senate Bill 225 EMS Sustainability Task Force. We met last week along with Semtech. Also, GCMH board meeting last night. There's a little bit of discussion around housing and JCMH's ability to access funding sources, and they have a process, and they've already created a decent amount of housing in Jefferson County. They've never created any in Gilpin or Clear Creek, and that's something that they're interested in talking with us. And I have mentioned it in passing to Idaho Springs. So that's something I think we need to follow up on. While we're talking about Idaho Springs, I wanted to make sure we didn't drop the ball on something else. Assistant City Manager Jonathan Kane last year mentioned he represented Idaho Springs' interest in having a conversation about sustainability of the prospector. And I don't know that, I haven't heard anything further about that.
Did we reach out?
I haven't talked to him yet.
We're reaching out.
Okay, that's all I've got.
Okay. Did you get it ready yet or got it?
Yeah, two things on my mind. First is I saw the press release, the Facebook post, the communication about kind of clarifying what's going on with the budget and what's going on at Charlie's place. Just want to thank staff. I think it was well written. And it generated like 250 comments, right? Which I think is really good because we're starting to have a conversation. We have a budget crisis. Getting the public's attention around the conversation around that budget crisis is something that we've struggled with, and we have some attention right now. And so I think that's a really good thing. Obviously, a lot of those comments came with kind of a tone of frustration and disgust and, lack of faith in county government and what we've done and what our predecessors have done. And I just want to state publicly that I kind of think that's natural. I kind of think that's our cultural moment right now. I think that we're in a cultural moment. If you look at how people engage with their governments, the emotions of anger and disgust tend to what get them to start reading stuff. And so I just want to state that I think that I'm prepared to hear this stuff and kind of ignore the tone. And I really want to encourage us as an organization. And I specifically want to encourage our staff to really comb through those comments for questions or proposals that we can evaluate, respond to, start to build a FAQ You know, like one of the things I saw as a comment that everybody makes when they're first starting to think about our budget, which is, what if we sold all our county properties? Right? And so let's model that, right? Like, what would that actually mean to our tax base if we sold all our county properties, so that we can answer that question, right? So I just wanted to sort of wax philosophically for a second on the state of the conversation. And I'm hopeful that we can start to build a frequently asked questions kind of sheet where, and it can be a resource for all of us, because I think we're going to be engaging in a lot of public communication about the budget over the next year or so. So I wanted to wax philosophically on that for a second. And then more specifically, I did reach out to project support. I was talking to their director, and I just kind of I got a little bit ahead of our team, I think. I have it in my mind that we really need to be doing a roadshow about our budget and seeking every venue where people may be convening to come and talk about our budget woes, and what solutions we need. So I floated that they're doing monthly coffee with the mayor in commissioner meetings at Project Support in Idaho Springs. And I floated the idea that we present to that group about our budget. She's asking me now, she's like, hey, what about an April date? And I'm like, whoa, I'm way out in front of my team. So I just wanted to seek feedback of the team. Should we start scheduling stuff like that? How far out do we need to schedule it so we can be prepared? Do you agree that we should be trying to do some kind of roadshow? Do you want to try to do it in an organized way, or do you want to try to do it in a way where I run around and try to talk to as many people as I can, and so do you, and so does everybody else?
Right. And then we say different things, and even though the things don't contradict each other, they're different things, and people get confused about, it sounds like contradiction.
Yeah.
You tell part A, I tell part B, and somebody thinks it's two different contradictory stories, and they're actually complementary stories. So being careful about how we communicate is important too. But anyway, I'm just responding to what you're saying, but it's your commissioner report right now. So.
I mean, well, that's exactly the dynamic that I'm looking for guidance on, because it's a goal of mine, and I'm happy to run out there and start talking about our budget in every setting I can get on their agenda. Or if we decide we want to try to do that as a team, I'm happy to, have a conversation, and I hope it could start next meeting about how we're going to approach this as a team.
Yeah, I think that's valuable. Do you have other stuff on your other items that you want to go over?
Just one other really quick.
Commissioner update stuff before because I'd like to respond to that publicly as well, only for a good cause.
Me three.
Okay, that's great. Yeah.
You done? That's your commissioner update?
No, I have one other topic, but I can just bring it up in a second.
Go ahead and let's just do that, and then I'll get back to it. And Sean will get a second chance too if he wants to.
Mine will be brief.
Okay, I read something that came across that I just want to read for the public. I just want to read it into the public record. This is an email from Iconergy. We've been working with Iconergy for a long time on our facilities and energy efficiency, sustainability work. So the contract expired, and I just want to I think it's important for us to highlight our staff's excellence, and we got a really great compliment for Beth Luther here. I just want to read it. It says, while I appreciate all the personnel at the county with whom we've interacted and that have been instrumental to Iconergy's work, I have one person in particular I would like to thank, Beth Luther. Beth has been the county's main point of contact and driver of this project from the very beginning. She's been a complete and total rock star, to use a Beth phrase, throughout the entire process. Her tireless energy and creativity have helped the county overcome a number of personnel, process, and even technical challenges. She is a truly exceptional civil servant, as well as an amazing resource to the county. I hope the county continues to integrate her into its operations for many years to come. And so I just wanted to, when stuff like this comes up, I just like to take a moment to put a spotlight on it. Beth, I appreciate you. A lot of people appreciate you. I'm sure these two agree.
Oh,
Thanks, Beth.
yeah. I think I don't know that I've ever said it better, but I think we've tried to say stuff like that before, and she always just throws it back in our face and won't accept it, but it's true.
That's it.
Yeah, we just have to lock the place down and have Beth, so. Okay, let me go back to Sean yet.
Yeah, sure. I wholeheartedly second George's comments about inviting public comment, and emotional and frustrated discourse is better than nothing. And I think it's a place to start. And I haven't read it in a few days, so I'm sure a lot more is coming. I made a couple of comments, and I did not want to invite creating a debate, but I did want to provide some clarifying information around things like deed restrictions. Going forward, I'm probably going to not do that at all. I just think it's probably not the right format for having a public discussion. And we had a public comment session this morning, which no one took advantage of. There was one thing in the threads that made my heart sink a little bit, and that was accusations of a lack of transparency. I don't think those are accurate, and I think we as a group need to make sure that we make ourselves available and make the public conversation easily available. And honestly, I think we've made great strides since the pandemic. If you go to YouTube, you will find every word that any of us has said in a public context in the last, how many years, Peter?
I want to say until 2019.
Yeah, that's as
2020.
far back as we've gone on
3 or 4
YouTube.
years.
But yeah, they're all on the
On
website.
the website. Yeah.
Okay.
19 or 20, I thought we started with COVID. Early COVID.
COVID was March of 2020.
Yeah, that's
So,
about one.
but I think we went back and added 2019.
Yeah, I'm in the process of uploading them all, every single video onto YouTube, but if they're not on YouTube, they're on the website.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, and so we've made significant efforts to make sure that the types of the conversation and the discussions and healthy debates and emotional debates that sometimes happen in this room are all out there for your review and for your edification. With that said, we're certainly open to other means and other ways of improving that. And to your point, George, I mean, Megan's our information officer. I think probably she should run point in terms of figuring out what other sort of venues. I mean, I always think about places like St. Mary's where people are kind of off the beaten path. And I know we've gone up there before, and we've done that before the pandemic. And then the other thing I would address, there are a lot of things that we talk about that involve negotiations or personnel that are not appropriate to have in an open session. And that's all in Colorado statute. And one thing I'll say, many things, nice things I would say about Peter, but he toes a very strict line in terms of following the statute. So at the beginning of every executive session, you will hear what it is we're going to talk about. And if it's a negotiation about a property, I believe we talk about the address of that property. So I really do feel like we're following things to the letter of the law. And I don't remember us ever talking about Charlie's Place in an executive session. I don't think we have. So in terms of back to Charlie's Place, everything that's ever been said is on the record. So there's nothing else. So if you think something else has happened or there's been other discussions, I'm going to correct you and say that's not true.
Thanks. I would go so far as to say, not only are the discussions we've had on public record and have not, I don't recall ever having a conversation about Charlie's Place in executive session either. But quite honestly, in any kind of like personal conversations with staff or anything else, there's hardly been any conversation at all either because it doesn't fall under our management at this point in time. And, we'll ask questions about it because we'll see these accusations and have to actually inform ourselves and call up Brian or Maria or somebody and try to get some information. I had to do that to get a spreadsheet, for example, to understand exactly how much we spend on Charlie's Place versus what is taken in donations. Because I want to make absolutely certain that there was no doubt that we spend a lot more out of the general fund and that those donations all go to Charlie's Place because of the accusations that people made. And I understand there being, if I were giving donations to Charlie's Place and I knew the land had been contributed for that purpose, and we were trying to shut it down, and I was out there, I'd be pretty PO'd about it too if I'd been contributing to it and thought it was a worthy cause. You'd probably hear from me, so I get it. And I'd like to address the fact that Sean, I hadn't even noticed if Sean engaged on Facebook and made a couple of short comments. I made a few more, and the intent was only to address literally what appeared to be some misconceptions. I made a rule after COVID that I was not even going to engage on Facebook because that was more the job of the PIO. And whenever you do it, it can be everything you say can be taken out of context or contrasted against something else that's said and misunderstood. And I think I'm going to go back to my rule because I made 4 or 5 things just trying to clarify some stuff. And in doing so, I tried to address literally what people said in their comments. Multiple people said in comments. And if I saw a comment made by several people, I tried to address it literally and not assume what they might be implying if they were speaking metaphorically or speaking incomplete. I could only address what's there because I don't think it's my place to put ideas in other people's heads, just like accusing us of thinking things that we don't think, you know. And so the stuff I put out there was meant as respectful information to help clarify some financial facts and some legal facts around some of the land that we own. So if anybody out there is personally offended by anything that I wrote, there was no personal offense intended. It was only to clarify facts on the ownership of open space, dedication of the funds that have to be spent on open space, and no other purpose and things, you know, some things like that. And so, you know, if my tone was implied by its brevity in terms of throwing some ideas out there and some numbers, there was no offense intended. It was only trying to answer literally what I thought I'd read on the Facebook post. But I think the result of it is, like Sean said, ever since the COVID stuff, when I tried to explain stuff in great detail, and the more I explained, the more confusing it got when people responded. I think for us to establish a protocol and decide exactly how we want to handle these communications so that we're able to take advantage of social media and the public comment we get on social media and process it and have it influence our policy and inform us, or have an opportunity to communicate back with the public. I would like for us to also have a structure that is clear, that we know exactly who's on first and who's doing what, and that we know what we want to say when we put it out there so that we avoid offending the public inadvertently, and so that we say only what needs to be said and not more than not what needs to be said, but also respond to people so that we know we're listening and paying attention. And that's pretty much all I got to say on that subject. And I think I dropped 2 or 3 things out there trying to explain some stuff, and as soon as I felt it turning into a debate, I just kind of thought, I'm out of the room. I got to leave. I can't engage in this here. This isn't respectful or helpful at this moment. So it's gasoline on the fire. With regard to other stuff.
I think Brian had a comment too.
What's that?
I think Brian had one.
I'll hold mine till my update.
Okay, thanks, sir.
Okay.
I did want to clarify something if I could. In 2017, there were 2 executive sessions related to Charlie's Place. It may have actually been right when you guys came on, I'm not sure. But they were not related to anything having to do with Charlie's Place continuing or anything like that. One had to do with the IGA with Gilpin in
Right.
terms of our ability to take and house animals for Gilpin County. And then the other one had to do with a donation that was made of land and whether or not to accept that donation.
And that was because it was real estate in one case and a negotiation in the other, a
Exactly.
contract negotiation in the other case.
Exactly. And that would be, both are permissible reasons for executive session. And I just wanted to give you that.
Yeah, thanks. I do remember that now. That was 6 years ago.
Yeah.
And I did look at the math on both of the 2 tables that we received on Charlie's Place that staff sent me, and I saw that clearly we certainly appreciate Gilpin's contribution. It seems, as I recall from well in the past, that their contribution is easily commensurate with the number of animals that they put in, so they seem to be carrying their share of the load. We spend out of our general fund about 4 to 5 times that amount ourselves in subsidizing Charlie's Place as well. And those are just the facts, and we haven't got into any discussions about discontinuing or continuance or anything like that up till now. Okay. The usual, the transportation and recreation. I'll just let you know that there was a AGS meeting last Friday. I had a couple more discussions with our consultants in order to make sure that we are establishing that we do have legal justification for reconsideration of the capacities that were assumed in 2011 and 2014 in AGS studies and others, and that we're having because there's some we've had some pushback from the agencies that that the ROD is the ROD and you can't change the numbers in it. The ROD clearly has multiple places in it in which it allows for adaptive management and recalculation of a lot of those thresholds to reconsider what the technologies are that we can use. And we'll be having a CE meeting tomorrow, as a matter of fact, and I just wanted to make sure I had all my ducks in a row before that meeting to discuss that. We'll be doing so. With regard, I brought this up the last meeting, with regard to some discussions about the ecological value of Clear Creek County and the natural environment of Clear Creek County versus 3 of the other counties in NOCO. The maps did show, and this was presented to the entire NOCO membership the other day, not only quite a difference in what the perceived ecological value of Clear Creek is, but also another map showed that they had done studies in those other places and not done studies here. CNHP, the Colorado National Heritage Program out of CSU, acknowledged that in 3 of those other largest counties, Larimer, Boulder, and Jeffco, they've been asked in to do wall-to-wall ecological environmental studies of those counties to understand it so that they can use that and factor it into things like recreation and other land management strategies, and that they haven't done that in Gilpin and Clear Creek other than a wetlands study in Clear Creek. They do have some information from Clear Creek from some other agencies, and otherwise it's just their data. And they actually, when you looked at where they'd studied and they had the different shaded maps, they show all these counties with color in them where they've done different levels of study. And Clear Creek's was stark white, that they had CNHP itself had come in and done no studies here at all. And so I've initiated a conversation with them to find out what it would take to get us into a level of parity and how we can gain the same kind of information about our environmental values here with no commitments, of course, other than trying to find out what that would entail and cost, how the other counties did it, and kind of let it be known at NOCO. Amy was at the meeting that, it's hard for us to take this data seriously to advise public land management until it's done equitably across the region. In other words, if you're trying to look for regional ways to push activities from this part of a region to another, you've got to have a level playing field and a level understanding of the impacts to both the communities and the ecological value of all those communities as well. And that otherwise it's just interesting information to look at. And one other thing I saw in 14er data that is showing that some of the things I just happened to pick this up in the midst of those conversations. I called 14ers Initiative and I found out that in Grays, and they haven't officially published for 2022 yet, but both Grays and Torreys and Quandary are down considerably yet. And interestingly, the sheriff, I know in 2021, did quite a bit of enforcement on both Gwinnett and Stevens Gulch passes, I believe, and on the illegal parking that was taking place up there. And on Quandary, they began charging for parking and also limited parking and ran a shuttle system. And the data shows that they've been able to throttle down on the huge numbers of people that they've seen on the mountain by doing that, which actually is considered an improvement, not an economic dearth, but they were having so many people, up to 800 to 1,000 a day on some of these mountains, that it's having an impact, and that's good to know. The bad thing was that they don't have any data on beer stat, excuse me, for 2022, because somebody either lost or stole the counter up there. So we have zero data on beer stat, and they were looking forward to that more than any of the mountains, because it was the one that had habitually, other than in 2020 and 2021 when it opened late, it was always number one. So they wanted to see how it was responding that easy and that close to Denver. So we'll have to wait till 2023 to find out, which we're in now at the end of this year, to find out how beer stat's doing. And that's all I've got for right now. County manager update.
Just a quick response.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you. I think it's really important that if we're making regional recreation planning based on where we think there are areas of the environment worth protecting, and we've never studied that in our county, you're absolutely right. That's a huge problem because you already explained it. So I just wanted to let you know that I support you in trying to make sure that we're making decisions with knowledge about what's happening locally in our environment and
Right,
ecology.
right.
So thank you.
And I have no idea what cost is involved or anything like that. We haven't had the meeting, but we're setting up a meeting between several people from CNHP and Gilpin County and Clear Creek County, and probably one other person from NOCO, the other chair of NOCO from CPW will be there to come together and figure out how to equalize that data. And I've asked that Amy also be able to attend that as well, because obviously this is important to the ROMP and all the other work that we're doing in her departments. Thank you. County manager update, Mr. Bosshart.
You guys said a lot this morning. Just to add to Beth's rockstar status and to get some more things out about Charlie's Place, she has found us a grant that we can apply for that would fund the HVAC replacement that we need to fund, as well as put solar on the roof.
Wow.
And would cost us less than our original, the match would cost us less than our original estimate to replace the HVAC. So that's a positive. So thank you, Beth, for that. That's still something we're going to have to bring back to you. Though, 'cause we got to have the match in order to apply for that grant. So that's something we'll be bringing back. Randy, your comments about communications and being on the same page and understanding our various avenues and venues. And Megan and I are talking about the development of an actual communications plan that was an original goal, I think, from before I started.
Right.
That's on your goal list, right? And we're talking about that right now, about how best to put together a communications plan moving forward, understanding who our audiences are, how we communicate, our options for communicating, et cetera. So that's something that ultimately would be coming to you. The budget roadshow, a couple things on that. So just a friendly reminder, we are going to schedule a retreat. That was a topic that we wanted to have a conversation with you about in that retreat. And I recognize the sense of urgency that gets created by these posts on Facebook that are unhappy with some of the situations in the county right now. And as some of you said, that's not necessarily a bad thing. They're commenting and they're paying attention. And that's a good thing, right? Their residents are paying attention. However, I do want to remind you that this is not a one-year problem.
Yeah.
This is a multi-year problem, and we're going to be making multiple decisions over the next 5 years to address this budget problem. So while I recognize and I get the sense of urgency that's there, we have to tackle this problem from a wide view, right? So we have an understanding of how best to move forward and the decisions we need to make. So I really would like to have that conversation in that retreat environment where we bring to you a plan for a roadshow, where we're going to bring to you a suggestion for buying some software that would allow that we would input our budget into, that would go out onto the website, that would then allow residents just to go on our website and start playing with our budget. Allow them to cut whatever service they want to cut. Allow them to increase whatever tax they want to increase to determine, or decrease whatever tax they want to look at, right? That would help them get an understanding of what those kinds of decisions that you three are facing and what they mean when you make those decisions, right? So that's very much a conversation we're hoping to have in that retreat setting. So I think I'll try and help.
And to that point, I mean, Randy, I've been here since early 2017. The conversation's been going on every month in the last 6 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, I will say it preceded us by a long time too. I mean, other county commissioners in the past have known, and Henderson's, for example, Freeport McMorran has been very clear about what's going on with regard to budget, as an example, and so it is true that it's confusing to people when they hear that when we mention the Henderson closing. We know that the Henderson closing is most likely, they actually have the ability to do it anytime they want to. It's their business. But we know that it's expected to be well out in the future. However, the revenues have already declined and production has declined so far beyond its peak that some people have forgotten, because it's so far in the past what that peak was. And we've been dealing with these budget reductions for more than a decade now. And since before Sean and I got here, other county commissioners have grappled with it as well. And we'll continue to do that. And we have seen some good luck in recent years with moly prices that's caused it to not fall as far and as fast as we thought. And that's been some help. But it doesn't change that fact of life. As far as the roadshow goes, I have two things to say about it. One's a positive and one's sort of a negative, but just an idea about how to manage it in terms of its scope and scale. is that there was some of that done before. I know some previous county commissions, the one before Sean and I were elected, started holding county commissioner meetings around the county at various times. It got to be a little bit of a confusing management problem, and the technology, of course, involved with being on Zoom now makes it a little more difficult to do. But I do think on the positive side of it, that's kind of exactly what we did in different neighborhood meetings that we go to anyway, like Emerge, with, for example, our road and bridge budget. And it was very helpful. It really helped people understand, why we needed to get more money for road and bridge for our local roads. But when it became clear that we were only collecting from the road and bridge mill levy about 10 to 15% of what our actual cost of road maintenance was and the cost of running that department. And it helped us a lot when we went to the ballot, I think, as a result. And so I support the idea, and it's just a matter of wrapping our heads around what the process should be. And I'm sorry, this is your report, and we're talking more than you are.
Yeah, and just to be clear, we're going to be suggesting, town hall style meetings that are going to be above and beyond this meeting, right? So outside of this venue, so not replacing this meeting. So we're having this meeting with some kind of traveling roadshow that might be during the day, that might be at nighttime, just to ensure we can hit as many residents of this county as possible. So, and just one final item, you're going to be discussing the ROP, and we have an apology to make. The survey data was attached in your packet on Thursday when it was sent out. We modified the agenda yesterday to add for an upcoming item here, and there was a glitch and it fell off. So what that tells me is I need to get more stern with respect to our agendas and not allow for late submittals, not allow for, we modified the agenda in order to get the information in front of you and also to get it out in the public. But I think in the future, we may just not do that to ensure these glitches don't happen, because these other items were submitted on time for the actual agenda. So again, we apologize for that glitch.
Yeah, and I think that's in part, made the comment when I came in this morning that I looked for it, and I looked in I think there were two updates that came out yesterday, and I looked through the last two, and I couldn't find the thing, and I couldn't figure out what was going on. I knew as of this morning, there's a lot of data here. So in terms of us being able to make decisions and give, I usually think pretty fast, but all that means is there's different ways. It doesn't necessarily mean you're smart. It just means I can make mistakes faster too, if I'm thinking fast. So I like to stop and overcome that tendency of mine to think fast and jump to conclusions and digest stuff, which is why, like Sean always asks, we'd like to get this stuff some days in advance so we can read it, think about it, and then think about it again before we actually make decisions. That said, I'm looking forward to the presentation and a robust discussion about it. I just don't know how far we'll be able to get today in terms of commitments, advice, direction, and stuff like that on this much data that we haven't even seen yet. So
Luckily, it's a work session, so we're not asking you to make any decisions today. Yeah,
that's great.
back to you.
Okay. So the next item on here is the KRW Associates Sheriff's Office Operations Assessment Update, Sheriff Rick Albers, and I see Under Sheriff John Stein in the room as well. Thank you for being here. If you'd like to join us up at the table.
Good morning. Should it have a PowerPoint?
Oh, a PowerPoint?
Yes. PDF. I sent both just so that we would have options.
So I,
Should be on the packet.
okay. I had this, but that's not it.
That's the actual study or assessment.
Okay,
Study in the packet.
let me find it in the packet for you. Oh, here we go.
While you work on that,
Got it.
appreciate the opportunity to update everyone and have further discussions so that everyone's a little bit more understanding and there's more transparency. For BOCC, the public, we've got County Attorney Lichtman coming over on Thursday to have some other discussions with us. We're in discussions with County Manager Bushart to come over so we can have some other discussions and discuss dispatch programs and towers and other things. So it's nice that we're having discussions and opportunities to understand both sides. So thank you for that. All right, and this assessment is really a work in progress, even though a lot of it has been completed. Some of it is some budget issues that need to be further discussed, why we can't complete certain items on it. But with that being said, we'll jump into the summary. So this assessment by KRW was a third-party assessment paid for by the BOCC to give an overview of the sheriff's office. With that being said, there's a couple of recommendations that we'll go into detail on, as well as some other key issues that they had pointed out that we'll just touch on. I wanted to highlight some information that's a little bit more of just for public knowledge, just what the assessment was. So if any of this is redundant, I apologize. It's just more of just not trying to bombard public and transparency with lack of information, since they might not know the backstory. Hence, having the actual assessment out there as part of the packet, as well as this overview, has been helpful. And I'll just have you flip as.
Sorry, every time
That's
I'm
all right.
trying to press it, it's not going, so we're
No
just gonna do
worries.
it this way.
So of the recommendations, there were 17. I just wanted to give a quick overview so people just see visually, before we get into depth, what is currently completed, what is not completed, and kind of where we're at. The yellow ones are, hey, there's some process, we're working on it, there's something going on, but it's not a done deal. One of these is the organizational chart, and this is just a reminder of some changes, the last changes that were made starting January 1st, and it's just a reorganization we'll touch on further on. But as we look at what is completed in that quick overview, this is just a reminder that while this study was done a year and a half ago as a snapshot in time, it has been a work in progress, and it's been a positive movement while we look forward to having other discussions that are really a little bit more budgetary. Because one of the unfortunate common themes that's going to come up is it's a great recommendation, but not fiscally viable at this time.
Did you, when I was reading that report, one of the questions I had for them, and I don't remember their answer, was that I said, do you think it's valuable enough to look at the benefits program that it's worth like foregoing a salary increase? Like, is the benefit viewed as more important than the salary? And it like, because we could
They go hand in hand.
look at that, like whether,
I actually do mention that in here, that at some point, I do think we need to have a little bit more of a market survey. And I also know that y'all are actually talking on some of the retirement. There's an EMS discussion and further later on today on the BOCC. I do think we need to have some discussions on that, but it's nothing that could be decided on right now. So
yeah, I was just curious if you had thoughts, because when I read that report, I thought the same thing. I thought, well, geez, I mean, we could give a raise too, and we know our fiscal challenges. So curious how you value, like, if you had $1, would you do a raise or would you put it towards benefits? Which ones do you think helps us attract better?
So attracting and long-term are going to be a little different by the employee, because some of them are looking at cost of living right now. You need a paycheck. And other ones are looking at long-term. I want to retire. I don't want to be job hopping. I want to, make a difference and a long-term difference. And so they're looking at the retirement. So you kind of need both. But in our fiscal challenges right now, we're looking at cuts. So.
Well, and the thing that I'm hearing George say, I mean, obviously they go hand in hand. Some benefits are even, like a percentage of and stuff like that. So obviously they bear some relation to each other. But the question is, you can add more benefits without adding more wages or vice versa. And so, what is, you mentioned if our problem is keeping people, then would we be better to go more benefit heavy than salary heavy in the interest of having people want to stay long term, and what would those benefits be? And either way, it's all we need now is money, so.
Right.
The people that are applying now, the 20, 21, 22, 23-year-olds, when I applied, it was like, yes, I need a job. I need a paycheck. These these people now, I guess I'm over 60.
You're about 50, right?
I can call them kids because I'm old now. But they come in and they ask what your retirement plan is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
We've had people that live in the county that would love to work for the county, that work for a metro agency to come up. But our retirement plan is such that they don't want to give up what they're getting down in Denver.
Yeah.
I'd be curious to hear, I know in 6 months, we're gonna go through it. We didn't do an increase for anybody at the end of the year because we did one mid-year last year as a result of a market study. And I just would be curious the next time it comes up for us to look at, if we have another dollar to try to help us recruit or train people in your office, is that dollar better used on the benefits side or on the wages side?
Currently, I'm hearing for both. We've got quite a few that want the salary increase, and we've got quite a few that are discussing looking at other jobs. In fact, I know of one current family member that's got and I say family, sheriff's office employee, county employee that has got applications out because he's looking at retirements versus the current salary. So I don't know if we can get a definitive.
We could do a survey
we
or
can-
something at that time, or you guys.
Definitely.
The whole county come up with, but.
Mr. Chair? Mr. Chair? If I might? We did the initial analysis of what the increases in benefits would be, and I'm starting to think we need to do it again. We've had some turnover in staff and our finance team, so there might be some value there in rerunning those numbers just to figure out what that cost would be if we made a decision to make some changes on the benefit side for the sheriff's office, so.
Right. Some of the benefit costs are deferred costs. They don't happen immediately. They
something to think
happen
about.
when they're taken. So there's some benefits you can offer. But those types of benefits though, they imply future cost when you get them,
Oh, yeah.
They do.
future expenses.
Reoccurring.
Got to be prepared to pay down the road when the time comes. So
Well, there's the vesting that's offsetting its pay now, but later on and so forth. So agreed, but
that's what I'm referring to. Yeah.
it is something that I mentioned in here as part of one of the observations and recommendations from KRW. The study does say we're lacking. So
Yeah, if the policy is successful, gets people to stay, then you paying more
pay off.
on the road because they stayed, and that's what you were looking for. You got what you paid for, what you're paying for, so.
You do have to fund it now, though. If you're talking about something like a defined benefits program, you have to put the money in now, and you may have to put in other money later that's unknowable.
Yeah.
Well, as part of this, again, some of it's redundant and I apologize, but it's just the transparency for the public to see that there were some highlights that certain things that's been a key topic, including one of them, the U.S. Marshal Service contract, that a third party states that the benefit helps offset cost to the county and it's without additional staff being required. So detention staff, because the minimum's already there, whether or not it's a county housed inmate or a U.S. Marshal contracted inmate. So there were statements in there about this, and I just wanted to highlight a few of them for the public. Another positive one was discussion on dispatch and an improvement. Instead of a per radio call, it should actually be more of a contract for the use of dispatch, but not per call. So that's something that is obviously a topic of discussion that we're having on both sides of the house. So it was a well-run sheriff's office and a well-run dispatch detention overall program. In fact, it's highlighted multiple times throughout this KRW assessment. So it also discusses the financing, the staffing. We are doing really well with very little staffing. Our budget overall, it talks about the percentage, but also makes a statement on here that while it's outlining the overall mid to small agencies, we're within that same budgeting as comparable departments and sheriff's office and police departments. So it's positive to see that we're being compared to like agencies and like options.
The thing that I thought, I went and opened up this report to try to find it. I thought I remembered when they were talking about jail staffing and the Marshals program that a statement sort of, it appears that, but further analysis is required.
They do mention we ought to look at a staffing analysis. And actually, as we are working towards that, we did get, and I want to say this was back in August of last year as part of it, a recommendation from, it was either one of the American Jail Associations or someone else that they would come in and give an assessment for $8,000 to $10,000. We could dial it in, but that's also an old bid at this point. We are also looking internally. Currently, our captain over Detentions Division, Captain Lucas, is signed up for a certification and jail administrator course that also touches on all of that. While that's going to be internal, it still gives us some insight because that's why you're having experts and in each division and field. And so with this, he'll have someone else that's teaching him and providing documentation that can further assess ourselves for improvements, or what can we improve on, or are we going in the wrong direction, or we're doing well and we need to present that information to the public and to the BOCC, whether or not it's staffing or policies, procedures, and so forth.
Yeah, I think with regard to the jail, I mean, the thing I've kind of been stuck on, and Rick's heard me say it before, is I'm not convinced that, let me back up a little bit and say that, like, I'm kind of steeped in life cycle cost analysis from a long time ago, where if you're looking at a system that you're installing, or a system in a building that's supposed to save you money over time by spending money now, anything from insulation to the efficiency of your boiler that costs more, anything like that. You look at the life of that system, and then you try to do a life cycle payback analysis. And I've always wondered what a life cycle payback analysis would tell us about the Marshals program if it were done a little more complexly, and looks out to that. You assume that, for example, if we decide that that our jail is reaching an end of life stage or something, the conditions of difficulty of really trying to fix the jail up in its current position are not adequate. And if we were to come to the idea that we needed a new jail, let's just say we've got to go to a bond issue and build a new jail or something like that, and give you guys, state of the art, latest stuff that we can get, what size would that jail be? And what would it take to accommodate a Marshals program versus accommodate a smaller, if we were building for that purpose, and look at the two and run the numbers and see how it plays out over a 30 or 40-year time period to understand what it really means to the taxpayer over the long haul to get it done. Is it worth building a larger jail or a smaller jail? And factor in, because it's easy to look at the fixed cost and put all of that, as I've seen in some of these analyses, on the local prisoners, and then make it appear as though the federal prisoners are actually a profit center for us, when in fact they're only a profit center as long as you don't amortize the fixed cost of the oversized jail and its maintenance on them as well. So I think once you're in it, and you've got to try to fill a jail in order for it to be effective. And I get it. I understand why you ask for more federal prisoners at this time, because we built a jail to accommodate that many prisoners. If you built a jail, it wasn't built for that purpose, but we need to do that. That's too many words spent on one detail in this report here, and so that's a conversation that I would hope that analysis would take into account. Life cycle costing of major strategies to see which one really pays out for the taxpayer over 30, 40 years.
But to do an analysis, it costs money.
Yes.
What's that?
To do an analysis, it costs money.
Yeah.
So that's why we're sending Lucas to.
I've done them. I've been paid to do them. I know that.
And we don't have any money. In fact, we got to cut the 214 that you requested. So.
Say we don't have any money, right? I mean, we have money that we need to spend wisely.
I mean, if that's something that you.
Right.
That's what I was going to follow up. Do you want?
Request, then,
Do you?
If you're talking a $10,000 or $12,000 study, when we're talking about a multi-million-dollar investment that'll be amortized over 40 years, including operations, then it's definitely worth spending the money to get the information to make the right decision. So.
Yep.
and you'd have to write down what exactly you want to be in this study. Because it is your jail. I just run it.
Well, we're supposed to be a team. So
Yeah,
that's
I mean, it's a team thing.
We are.
But I want, I have my own ideas. You have your own ideas on what the future should look like. So
The jail's a complicated one because there's in the short term, I'd be really curious to see a staffing study, just what kind of staffing do we need for what we're doing right now. In the long run, it's kind of hard for me to wrap my head around what the facilities needs are going to be because the state of Colorado is doing a jail standards task force right now. And we'll see legislation right now changing the way we're required to operate our jails.
it's already
So it could
happened.
be kind of a mistake for us to be designing the thing this year. And so I'm not exact, but I think in the short run, trying to get at KRW's suggestion that we really dig in on what kind of staffing do we need down there? I mean, I read in here, some of your deputies think we need four deputies down there at all times around the clock. I think that would be a doubling of our staffing down there. So to try to really understand, especially because we're going to the public to talk about, here's our long-term needs. We should be able to tell them, like, yes, this is how many deputies we need and here's how we know. And whether it's what we have now or less than we have today, whatever it is, we should be designing a conversation with the public around what we actually.
Did a partial study on that.
We did, and I think from what I'm hearing, and I'm just going to restate it, y'all would be okay with a reasonable study cost, and we'll present something. This is not an approval I'm asking for right now, but just so I can get some parameters. We will have our internal through Captain Lucas going to the school. We'll reach out to some of these third-party organizations that do a detention study. It's not an entire sheriff's office, just staffing that would focus on a little bit of staffing policies, best practices, more in depth off of what KRW recommended. And I'll present some sort of one or two, I don't know how many because it's a specialty, but one or two different companies and what they would recommend as an assessment and see what y'all would think on a future BOCC meeting.
And I think what we could be talking about here ultimately is looking long range is two studies, one short term, one long range, because George brought up a real important part, which is jail standards are evolving. New jail standards are evolving through law at the state level right now. And so for us to try to attempt that long range study would be making a long range study based on a guess at what that's going to look like or based on current conditions, or current requirements, which may change. And so we talked about two things here. One is that
Two separate.
yeah, let's get something done and evaluate the staffing needs of the current jail, independently as we discussed, and then be prepared for the fact that down the road, we're going to want to do that life cycle analysis on which grand strategy is actually the one that pays off over time.
Agreed. And I think we're looking, I'll break it into three, short term and long term, but you got to have that bridge of the midterm. Right now, this study would be a short term, looking at where we're at, where we need to go in the near future, as well as waiting on some of the long term goals and where the state is going to have mandates and other programs that need to be fulfilled and where we're headed with the jails and detention facilities. That would be the secondary study or something further down the line when we're looking at, do we improve our current facility or build a new one and so on. That's a long term, and how would you bridge between that? So I'll reach back out on this later on a future one outside of this KRW assessment. Okay. So we'll just jump into recommendation number one. It's about a mission, vision, and value statement. So this is a little subjective, depending on the department and the organization. Some say it is hugely valuable and required. Other ones say not so much. KRW found value in it. The sheriff's mission, vision, and value statement has always kind of remained the same, whether or not we have it painted on the walls or we are restating our obvious to the public and to our own staff. We're trying to provide excellence in service with public safety being the priority. So prioritizing public safety and how well we can maintain that level of service, whether or not it's staffing or the delivery of service, which is cost effective and appropriate response to the need, is always a balance. How do you put that in a short statement that would be put out and maintained on a wall? Well, we're putting that statement out. It's just not in a specific quoted statement to paint on a wall. So we're still having discussions on it. And so back to the overview, I put this in yellow that it's still a work in progress to determine if it needs to be a complete quoted statement or we keep restating the obvious and the same emphasis that we are trying to provide excellence in service with public safety the priority.
I would gently challenge you a little bit on that one. And I would note that it's probably not an accident that KRW put this as priority number one.
Recommendation number one.
Yeah, and I don't know how it was prioritized and so forth. And, if we're starting to read into the level of recommendations, that's a fairly soft one too, without a lot of fiscal challenges or anything else, but it's still just a recommendation. So I'll continue doing some research on it and see, because that's not a hard yes or no. It's just what is the best practice and what would be the best statement when we're already trying to state the same thing of excellence in service and our priority is public safety.
The thing that, oh, sorry, go ahead, John.
I was just going to say, I mean, I had this conversation with Bruce last June, and he said largely exactly what you said. And I think this is important, and I wish you guys would take this one seriously.
And that is, we are taking it serious. We've actually had a board downstairs where other staff has written what they think would be included or that they don't think it's valuable or not. So we are looking in-house and having the discussions while getting the message out so that regardless of written as our number one front page of a policy and procedure book or otherwise, we're still getting that message out. We're not ignoring a statement or our mission statement, our policies and procedures, the guidelines and what it is. So not trying to disregard what you're saying or mitigate it. It is.
If it's not written down, it doesn't really exist, is my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, I think I agree with what Sean is kind of saying here. And the thing that I know is they write as much about the importance of the process of developing the statement as about whether or not it's painted on a wall or which wall it's painted on.
Right.
And so I just wanted to point out that I was interested to hear that or to read that.
So recommendation number 2, we already somewhat touched on just because of budget hearings last year, the end of last year. Recommendation number 2 was to add staff to patrol. And this was a combination of staffing as in FTEs as well as the lieutenant from investigations over. So it did add staff during an internal reorganization, but was not technically adding a full-time equivalent and actual FTE or employee to our staff. In fact, unfortunately, to the contrary, as we've just been discussing on budget cuts, one of the potential positions, and I will restate right now since we're talking on it, not a firm decision has been made. We are still having discussions and meetings on what cuts are going to be long-term fiscally viable currently on what we need to be doing. One of those potential was the patrol deputy that is known as the ranger position. But again, trying to limit my scope right now, KRW assessment says recommend adding staff to patrol. It's not viable at this point.
I saw on your summary page that that's completed.
The switch over, and that's back to the reorganization. When we reorganized officially everything, we made some internal changes prior, and then officially everything was on January 1st, 2023. That lieutenant was moved over under patrol.
Are there more hours being spent on patrol, more man hours being spent on patrol than there were before?
So overtime, you mean man hours? Because our calls for service are still up. We're still busy.
Well, the ask there was to add staff to patrol, and you've said that you've reorganized. And so the question is, do we have more people in cars on the road than we had before, if that's been completed?
So it's not more people because again, we're doing, and I'm going to kind of talk similar to what you put on Facebook. You know, you're taking that bucket and you're splashing it around and it looks like it's been moved or not, but we're still talking the same FTEs. So it's the same number of people in vehicles. We don't have that lieutenant actively patrolling. Does he respond to calls for service? Absolutely. He's still overseeing investigations as well as assisting with patrol. So we are in that reorganization. We're prioritizing some of our command staff and we're prioritizing some of the functions and duties assigned, but it did not add an actual person out on patrol. That answer correctly to you?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, that might. I was trying to get it down to, I understand the idea of organizing and moving people around and, you know, like turning the desk the other direction in the room and stuff like that. But my real question was, did it materially add safety out inside the community by having more people on patrol in any way? And the answer is no.
Correct. It does not. No.
I guess I have to say that I think the intent of the recommendation was that would happen. So while there may have been some reorganization done to try to assert that we've accomplished that, and I'm not even blaming you guys if we haven't accomplished it. I'm not saying, I mean, you can't just, like wave a magic wand and make some officers fall out of the sky, But the point is whether that's been completed or not is in question if we don't really have more people on patrol at this point in time. Because it sounds like their recommendation was that we have more people on patrol or have more patrol hours being put in on the road, out in the field. And-
Well, and that comes down to hiring because
Yeah.
unfortunately it is a fiscal issue, not so much because restaffing even, and we'll touch on it, is one of their other recommendations. In that reorganization prior to our new chart, we actually even had to pull off, we did not refill one of the investigators, the detectives, when there were 3 down there, now it's 2. And we refilled a civilian position for evidence. So we're still taking that same bucket and swishing it around, trying to do some cost savings with a civilian whose priority is evidence versus being able to put someone else on patrol. So
That was one of their
they
recommendations.
overlap.
Do not hire someone into investigations and you hire a civilian into evidence. So you guys did that. And then you took another one of those because they said there were 3 and they thought they only needed to have 1, right, in investigations. So the other one in investigations moved over to patrol. So
No, we still have 2 in investigations. We just didn't, the third was more of an attrition to help cover this civilian position. There's no way to just have 1, not only for on-call 24/7, 7 days a week, but our call volume, the severity of calls, the complexity of investigations, there's just no way to have 1. And that's just the volume of calls and caseload for investigations in itself. With technology and the reporting that we have to do, the investigation in depth detail, we couldn't be sufficient with 1. That would be a public safety issue, let alone a disservice to the community on following up for victims. In fact, in our investigations, I'll talk about, we're increasing one of the well, not official recommendations, but mentions was the solvency of cases being, showing the stats of solved cases. One of them is very dependent on investigations, follow-up. We've got more that's being done on patrol for follow-up so that when we enter through NIBRS, the National Incident Reporting System, it's an incident base and it's a follow-up whether or not it was case closed, unsolved, so it's still closed, or is it a prosecution declined from the district attorney's office or from the victim. That actually shows an increase in solved crimes, but a lot of it is on paper because we're actually doing better at reporting on it. And it's also that we're having more follow-up done on some of the patrol cases that used to go over to investigations. Again, part of the study on a better way of tracking the cases and caseload. So I won't touch on it as heavy next since I'm getting a little ahead, but it answers that question a little bit. These
Yeah.
all kind of mesh.
Well, and that's why I just want to get to the idea that the only thing I question is the green completed. We haven't accomplished the intent yet. It's not blame. It's just a matter of whether that's an accurate, whether that's a box that's really been checked yet. I'm not and I'm not saying you could have even checked it. I'm just saying that I think that's something that if we'd like to see more people on patrol, then we'd still like to see more people on patrol. And that's a really great big conversation going down the road. So. Okay.
All right. Retirement benefits is the recommendation number 3. We've already touched on it, so I won't get too involved on it, but I do think it is viable to follow up later on as part of the recommendation from KRW that we do a little bit more of a market study and see what opportunities there are. There are different opportunities out there. I'm not saying we need to switch everyone to para. There's also the limited that was brought up in this KRW study of Fire and Police Protection Association, the FPPA. With FPPA, it is very valuable for law enforcement or firefighters and so forth. And it is a very valued and hot topic, not only in our office, but many others. People are looking for that retirement. It just doesn't cover everyone. It covers anyone that's actually in law enforcement or firefighting. It would not cover office staff or others in the sheriff's office. So it's also very siloed just to the sheriff's office. I'm advocating obviously for the SO, but also for the county. If we were having higher percentages or different programs and so forth that add to the benefits, that is very valuable. We just need to look at the bigger picture of what is obtainable, what is valuable. Would it be just an FPPA? Because that is very competitive in law enforcement and very valued. But again, it does not cover every single employee. You have to be active in some sort of enforcement.
Like post-certified.
Well, not even just that, but detentions. It would cover that because they're still enforcing laws. So it would cover detentions, it would cover patrol investigations, but it would leave off some office staff, whether or not it's our civils or records and other kitchen staff, not involved in true enforcement, regardless of certified or non-certified peace officer status.
So in other counties, does that staff in a sheriff's office tend to just use whatever benefits program the rest of the county has?
Correct.
They have to, yeah.
Yes, because they don't qualify. Animal control would qualify, they're still in enforcement, but say shelter personnel, not so much because that's seen outside of any type of enforcement measures. Some departments start interchanging some of the duties and functions. Could you have animal shelter personnel writing the citation when someone came to pick up the abandoned animal or running at large and so forth to qualify? Sure, but then we're going to have to get into, again, additional training, certifications, minor expenses, but it is opening up additional benefits to others. But that's where a study would be valuable, whether or not it's internal or external. Benefits was a huge recommendation, and it still is a topic today, even after our prior conversation of, is it more of a benefit or salary increase or both? So definitely something that is in yellow that we need to have a continued discussion on. Recommendation number 4, this is about communications internally. We haven't increased a lot of internal. With these increases, we are doing not just email, but face-to-face. There's just some additional hurdles with face-to-face conversations. So command staff, supervisors, we are out and about as much as possible. We just don't have a lot of overlapping meetings that are typical in a metro area where someone comes in for a briefing at the beginning of their shift for 15 minutes, 30 minutes, learns information, has some training topics or anything else where you have that face-to-face communication. So we get out on other training days, other times that we can have our mandatory meetings, which is we're shooting still for every 6 months, twice a year. But that is also having to require either some overtime, flexing of schedules to meet with everyone in that division. And then other divisions, it's still very difficult because, say, dispatch and detentions, while we just had a detention meeting, dispatch is still difficult to staff. We've got some new hires on and so forth, but they overlap by saying hi and bye as they're walking in. How was your night or how was your day shift on a 12-hour? So to try and actually catch those in the middle of the night, early morning hours is still a little bit of a difficulty. But to improve the communication outside of that, internally, we've got some messaging boards that we're working on putting up. It's just a dry erase board. Apparently, there's a large one that used to be with OEM to get out of a Connex to put on a wall. We've offered recommendation boxes. They are strategically located, so it's ease of access for both detentions downstairs as well as patrol on the upstairs. Those recommendation boxes are not on camera, so whether or not it's signed or if they want to handwrite a note or drop in a typed one anonymously, it's there to send additional messages, recommendations, and then we can get a message back out, whether or not it's on our boards or through an email group that we've got. It's our CCSO News. So it's an internal messaging to give updates on whether or not it's policy or just, hey, someone's hit another, like Captain Lucas today, hitting another anniversary for years of service with the sheriff's office in the county. So it's getting more information out and we're having more discussions.
There's a pass on too between shifts. Patrol does the end of the shift email to everybody, including command staff. And then every week, the captains do a combined email of what they've done all week to everybody. And like next week is our staff meeting where I have all people that have command positions, animal shelter, everybody that has a command position comes in once a month. And we have Liz go down and take notes. We write up a draft and send that out to everybody. So everybody, we're trying to get more communication that way also.
And we have
Everybody's on the same page.
weekly staff meetings too
Yeah,
with
weekly
command staff. Just before this, we had a short command staff meeting just to go over kind of where we're at, where we're going, or what's the pass on from prior incidents or staffing issues or anything else. So we're still having more conversations.
Okay.
Communication has definitely improved, and we're actually hearing that from others. They feel that they are learning of information and discussions and again, some goals prior to hearing about it, whether or not it's through BOCC or Facebook or any other external postings.
We probably need to hurry up because you guys got something else at 11, right?
It's fine. It's at 10 and,
Or 10.
I think you can continue and it's fine. It just needs, that's the notice time, so we're fine.
Yeah, we
I just don't want to
see what we
be rude to whoever's waiting. All
going.
Yeah, I
I
mean,
mean, this is an important meeting and I want to make sure we have it.
right. All right.
I mean, we could, I know Rob Goodell is outside probably for this 10 o'clock, which could take us 5 minutes to get through.
Okay.
Yeah, we might take a
Jump
break
back.
and come back to it or something. You can
We'll see
even
how-
stay where
I just don't.
How much discussion?
yeah, let's just keep going.
Okay, so recommendation 5 and 6, these are fairly intertwined. So as part of the recommendation, it was to add staff for our records division, which is currently just one single FTE. And it emphasized a few other points of cross-training and trying to assist with spreading that load. The problem is we are already fairly heavy on our load and work volume, low on the FTE. So fiscally responsible, we can't hire another FTE, another person for records at this point in time. Would love to be able to follow up on that and do that later. Previous request was turned down for someone else to assist in the front. And it was titled whether or not it was a clerk or a front office assistant, anything else. Our records is inundated with everything from digitizing, answering Cora requests, following it with all of our NIBRS reporting and so forth. So we'd love to hire more staff right now. It's just going to be some overtime. And if we have an opportunity for someone to assist with cross-training and assisting with this, we'll jump on that. But at this point, everyone is very busy with their current assigned duties. One of the other recommendations was digitizing historical records. And that's actually another one that is currently under evaluation. I put review on the recommendation overview. We've already digitized many records to prevent further loss or decay of them out in a Connex container. Also ease of access so no one has to spend man hours searching through and so forth. While we have more to go, while we're also looking at budget cuts and what is fiscally responsible for us to continue a practice on, we're spending $1,200 a month on just the records being housed. Now, I don't have a full scope of work, and this is a discussion I've already opened the door with IT, but we have to get really involved on it. We need to understand with the current program of paying the $1,200 a month, if we were to take those on, how much space is it? So do we need full servers, or how many terabytes of documents and records are digital that we could bring in-house? Is there a different reader? Do we need to have any other subscriptions of service that would be for a proprietary program to read the documents? Or are these just all searchable PDFs? So I don't have all the answers, but we are working on trying to see, is this something we need to continue? Or are we good with where we're at, bring it in-house and continue to digitize and have access through in-house IT, where it would be on a local server and duly supported with backed up on a cloud-based option so that we do not have any loss of records and it's a continuation of operations.
So your answers to 5 and 6 are basically that 5 is an FTE recommendation, which you see is not fiscally viable at this time. And the connection is that the digitized records is an actual task to be performed either by that person or someone else. And figuring out how to get that done is what you're working on at this time.
Yes, because the digitization, most of it's done. But again, do we keep spending $1,200 a month to have someone keep housing it? So yes.
Or if it's going to cost more to do more.
Yes.
I guarantee it's going to. 'Cause
It's-
we got lots of records.
Somebody can come do it
Right.
on a contract basis, or you put somebody on it and then it's overtime.
Well,
Digitizing records.
it would probably be more in-house, because part of the issue with whether or not we contract or anything else, it's CGIS records. So we have to have fingerprint background checked. We have to have them renew continuing education on it annually and pass a annual, not only background, but an exam through the state. So it's more properly managed in-house. It may be a little bit more expensive because obviously an FTE, but in the overall goal, it would assist with records.
Is there not anyone out there who is, or is there a firm that is certified to be able to do that for you that could possibly do it for less money? That would be one question.
We'd have to
I
put that
understand
open
what you're
for
saying about
bid.
the security and the privacy of the records and all that kind of stuff that, yeah.
I mean, I can appreciate that it's unique how sheriff's office records are handled. I can also appreciate that I think we have like a need to digitize our records problem in every office in this county, elected and otherwise. And I wonder if this is like
Yes.
an area where,
Yeah.
like, how much more efficient would our organization be? Will our organization be when we step out of the 1980s?
It's a broader
right?
issue.
And I don't mean that as an insult to anybody. I just have seen how we manage our records.
Back to a previous statement, a lot of this is a common theme countywide, so agreed.
It's pretty clear. And I think that the concern that it's going to take more space to have the equipment to digitize records is that digital records definitely take up less space than physical records at the end of the day.
Yes.
Assuming that once you've got everything digitized, then you can dispose of the others. So,
Well, and currently we're kind of in an hourglass right now. We're in that pinch. The previous records down at the bottom are all still physical records, paper and obviously Connex containers of it. Whereas on top right now of the hourglass, we're doing well because everything's becoming digitized. We're scanning stuff in, we're saving it through our RMS system and so forth. So there is a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel, but getting to it right now, that's a broader issue.
I haven't been down to the archivist room in a long time, but I remember down there was just boxes and boxes and boxes and stuff.
okay. Well, you're working on it and you're figuring out how to get it done. And my only suggestion is you might look in there. You should know more about this than me, but there may be a firm that has that could legally do that work for us. That's all I'm suggesting. So, investigations, number 7.
Yes, 7, 8, and 9 on the next slide. Investigations, we already touched on with the lieutenant being reassigned over into patrol. We replaced the property and evidence technician. That's the attrition of the third investigator to a civilian, a little bit of savings, but also it's just putting someone whose scope and duties is focused on evidence. And then the last was the case management system. We are doing improvements. It's still a work in progress with eForce, our RMS, but we actually do have additional work to be done while also we have made huge improvements, not only in communication, solvability factors, as well as we are bringing stuff forward in NIBRS. And again, that's that incident-based reporting system, the national incident-based, that we are actually showing additional solved cases only through the work of control, investigations, documentation, and our records clerk in reporting. Recommendations 10 and 11. So EOC, it's still a work in progress. I show it as completed because it's actually the project goal is done. Now getting through all the hoops and everything else is just, it's going to take a little bit of time. Part of that is relying on other things that are out of our control through the fire association and fire authority. So OEM is continuing on moving an emergency operations center over.
That's the first I've heard of that. Is that?
First I've heard of it too.
So over in the basement of the fire authority, putting in a secondary,
Center into the.
it's a secondary, it's down in
And which one?
Because I know like.
Emergency Operations Center.
Talking about how to fit the coroner in there, like a lot of time. And maybe this is something for us to follow up on later is what kind of decisions are being made around our.
Make sure we don't have
building.
conflicting strategies or something.
First I've heard of it.
Can you figure out what's going on and follow up?
Sure. Yeah. First I've heard of it.
What I hear is that there's not a lot of space over there.
And it's not that they're moving completely out. The last I was told is it's with the new building. So there's still going to be administration upstairs. Some of the TV room or whatever you want to call it, the day room and so forth. And so
Is there an agreement in place between the sheriff's office, the county and the fire authority for this?
I will have to follow up on it because I was even
1A or the firehouse?
the firehouse, the one.
Oh, I misread that. The fire authority station one.
Right.
Yeah.
I thought you were talking about the ambulance barn, and I was
No.
like, what are you guys doing in the broom closet?
So, no.
No, did not.
So
But-
I'll follow up on that with,
I think the bottom line is let's just follow up on the facts and make sure we don't have a right hand, left hand problem that we got two different people.
Absolutely.
in the same house, that don't realize.
Well, and some of
that we're doing it legally as well, doing it into a place where we can.
Yeah.
And we have agreement in place. So just, we can follow up on the details because it doesn't sound like we have those right now.
And I'm on the CCFA board too, and it didn't come to the CCFA board either. So
I
I'll ask through the
was
CCFA.
on this one.
I will vet that better.
Yeah, because I'm
not worried about it. Let's just make sure we get it.
I thought it was gonna be at, the ambulance barn in their training room. Was last I heard,
Okay. I mean,
which would make more sense.
speaking with the hat of a board member of the CCFA on, they could certainly use some revenue.
Well, we all need to talk because we have plans for Brian's building, further plans for an entire building, so.
So let's just
Well,
right hand, left
ideas
hand. Let's just get us
discussed.
on.
Is that what you mean?
So
What I'd like to do is we just can we take an 11 o'clock break and handle, or 10 o'clock break, excuse me, and handle our local liquor licensing authority right now? And this is only going to take a few minutes. So we could do that and then go right back to this or the consent agenda and go right back to this either way. I think, but let's, I see Rob sitting out there and I know he's got important stuff to do, like go back and watch people ski, so.
Are you intending to call this up right now? Are we taking a break and then calling it up or?
No, what I'd like to do is move right into it and then continue this conversation. So what I'd like to do is for us to move currently into convene the local liquor licensing authority for our 10 o'clock items, number 1 and 2. And,
Sorry.
go ahead.
I was gonna say for number 1, which is the Two Bears Den, this really is administrative. Unless there's public comment out there, we really don't need to have a hearing on that one and staff recommends approval.
Okay, and we do, so let me ask for public comment on number 1, which is consideration of approval of a hotel restaurant liquor license renewal for Two Bears Den LLC DBA Two Bears Tap and Grill down at the 6th and 70 junction. Do we have any public comment?
Nothing that I'm seeing online.
So all you need is administrative approval from me on that.
That's correct.
Okay, done. Number 2, consideration of approval of modification of premises liquor license for Clear Creek Skiing Corporation. DBA Loveland Ski Areas. And do we have any public comment on that? Or I see the applicant in the room, so if you've got anything to say?
If so, could you just come up and sit in that chair?
Oh, sure.
Here, you can have mine.
I don't know if I want to sit in your chair.
And if you could just identify yourself for the record.
Rob Goodell, the Chief Operating Officer of Loveland Ski Area, Clear Creek Skiing Corporation.
And just so you know, staff recommends approval. This is basically approval for modification of the licensed premises. Loveland had built an additional area that they needed to have the liquor license approved. So staff recommends approval. You've already asked, or I don't know if you've asked yet for public comment. We do need public comment and we need a motion from the board to approve this modification.
Okay, all right. I did ask for public comment, but I think I'll ask for it again since you've made that clarity. Do we have any public comment? And do we have any questions from the board members for Mr. Goodell? I have only one. Is the number 9 lift open yet?
Yes, it is.
It is? Okay.
It's not covered by the liquor license.
Thanks a lot. I'm having surgery on Thursday of next week. Thanks for getting it open now. So,
A few days to get up there. It's
On the right side, if we approve this, then you'll have somewhere to hang out.
Talk to people about their
yeah,
skiing.
and watch other people ski. So,
Yeah, all our lifts are open at this point.
that's good. That's good to know. I've been watching your lift report daily. So,
And actually, the other news that we're very excited about, we are now selling the guided cat tours into Dry Gulch.
Oh, wow.
Those will start officially on the 3rd of February, 3 days a week back in Dry Gulch.
that was that Forest Service extension of your cat tours that was under way for a while. Getting
Correct. Took quite a while, but yeah, we're This will be the first season commercially that we do start that.
Well,
Whole new era for Loveland.
with a little bit of luck, supposedly I'll be on skis in about 3 weeks after it's just, they're just gonna go out and clean it up and duct tape it back together. So,
I'll let ski patrol know.
yeah, yeah, right, right. Do they have radar guns? All right, well, thanks a lot, Rob. Do we have a motion?
I move we approve the modifications of the premises liquor license for Clear Creek Skiing Corporation, DBA Loveland Ski Area.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. No further discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Thanks, Rob.
And so we'll now leave the liquor licensing authority and move back into our regular session. And while we're at it, on the consent agenda, and this will make a decision about whether we handle it right now or not, was there anything that either one of you want to pull off the consent agenda for discussion? If there is, then we might wait on that till after we're done with the sheriff's report.
I have 2 comments, that's all.
Okay, maybe too quick. Why don't we go through with it? I'll read them and then you can comment on the ones you'd like. Sound all right?
Yeah.
All right with you, Sean? So the consent agenda, consideration of approval of the warrant register. Number 2, that's number 1. Number 2, consideration of approval of agreement between the County of Clear Creek, Colorado and Mount Evans Home and Health Hospice for a grant under the local LGI Impact Fund. That's a local government limited gaming impact fund. Consideration number 3, consideration of approval of the Department of Human Services CCAP Memorandum of Understanding for 2023 for Clear Creek County. Number 4, consideration of approval of the December 6, 2022 Board of County Commissioners meeting minutes. Number 5, consideration of approval of R-23-15 resolution to appointing alternate public health voting member to the Opioid Council for Region 10, also known as the Gateway to the Rockies Opioid Council. Number 6, consideration of approval of resolution 23-14, a resolution adopting revised purchasing guidelines for Clear Creek County. Number 7, consideration of approval of the December 20th Board of County Commissioners meeting minutes. Do we have any comments on any of those prior to?
I have 2 comments, yeah. First, Sarah, I'm glad you're in the room. On number 3 about CCAP. Reading through that consent agenda item got me curious about CCAP and just how many people are enrolled, what kind of efforts we're taking to make sure people know about it, et cetera. And if you guys are interested in that conversation, we can ask for a board session around sort of CCAP and childcare to get an update. Or if you're not, I can ask for a one-on-one.
Personally, I kind of like the same thing because there are a lot of elements of real important work that we do that we dip into, and then we don't think about it and talk about it for another 2 or 3 years. And I think it's a refresher to us to help keep our vision broad and our understanding of what, people like Sarah and others are doing in our organization. So that's a long way of saying I'd support setting up a brief work session in the future just to go over it. So
I can
agree.
get with you guys offline about
okay, yeah, just set it up.
what kind of things I have in mind.
Second comment.
Second comment, I was wrong last week. This week, we're finishing getting all of the gaming grants money out the door, which is still a huge success. It's still January. Usually it's around April that our partners start chasing us around because we don't have that money for them. So just huge compliments to our finance staff and whoever else was involved in us getting this done before I had to get emails about how we were late.
Rebecca Abramson,
Yay.
Okay.
Yep.
the grant administrator, coming in very handy and helpful.
It's a result of a good change and addition that we made and good performance. So, good. Okay, Sean, anything?
Nope.
Do I have a motion?
Move we pass the consent agenda as read.
Second.
Okay. So then I think I'm going to just keep forging through for one more thing. If the sheriff's office will bear with us for just a second. 10:10 a.m. consideration of approval of amendment.
I have some questions about that one, so you might not want to do that.
Okay, you think it's going to take a while?
Just, I think it's something we should read out loud because it's a little confusing.
Our parliamentarian is saying we didn't call a vote.
We have a
Oh, on the consent agenda, sorry. Yeah, I asked for a motion and a second. We have a motion and a second. No further discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, thank you.
We had a sneaky suspicion that you were gonna have questions, so that's why we put that on,
Yeah.
on action.
And they shouldn't be too long, but yeah.
So, I guess we can go back to the sheriff. We want to do that. Carol, it just means waiting a little while till the sheriff's report is done, or would you,
Can I ask for like 2 minutes? Can I just shoot to the bathroom?
right now? Go for it. We'll take a 2-minute break. Uh-oh,
Pops.
is that the wrong decision? I guess she's.
And I'll give you one quick Emergency Operations Center update or actual just clarification of where we're at. While I stepped out and y'all continued with other agenda items, I did call and speak with Director of Emergency Management, Suzanne Boscia. She confirmed it is CCFA Station 1, the downstairs training room. Where they're at, this was a proposition from Assistant Chief Jeremy Jones to bring in EOC over there and to have that operations center built out downstairs in that lower training room area. It's already carpeted. Equipment's been donated from the state EOC when they redid their emergency operations center. There's some computers, some TVs, other equipment that was brought in that they are setting up and testing. So that's kind of the current update on progress. So I don't know if we need to have better communications or other discussions, but with that being said, I'll highlight the positive. In the KRW study, it says the sheriff's office has great community relations, as well as relationships with the community and other agencies, as well as internal in the county and outside with other departments. So clearly, we had a great working one that is off and running, and we might be, building the COC without maybe a board member fully aware, but we can have further discussions on that. But at least that's the latest confirmation and update of where we're at.
Okay. Glad to hear. I know part of my response, my reaction is probably because that's among the things that keeps me up at night, that we don't have any EOC, right? Like it's just among the things in our reports that keeps
We're
me.
sitting in the EOC right now.
I know.
Correct. Yeah. It's,
About a dozen different documents say that it's not adequate. So,
Oh, yeah.
so I'm glad there's some work on it. And
Yeah, but, if I could just point out, we do need an
That's right.
intergovernmental agreement with the fire authority to have this joint EOC basically down at the fire authorities.
That's right.
Area.
That's what I was just going to suggest. Just still to make sure. George,
It does need to go through the Board of County Commissioners.
did you have something to say?
I was just going to say, so I'm a member of 2 boards that should have been had an opportunity to talk about this.
You're trying to figure out what's going on with either one of them. Yeah, I know. I was going to say that it sounds like the undersheriff has just answered the question of do the right hand, are there 2 people moving into the same house without our knowing it because other people have plans for the same space? It sounds like the answer to that must be no, if in fact the fire chief himself has said, that there's an integration of discussion going on. The other part though is the legality of who owns the function of emergency operations? And do they have an agreement with the owner of the space that they're moving into to operate there, and some understanding of how that's working? So, that may be very simple or whatever, but we just need to get that handled, as the attorney said. So if you guys can follow up on that, that would be cool.
We will talk. Yes.
Okay, comm center.
Comm Center. So again, appointed discussion. I put in on the original overview of recommendations. I don't believe it's viable, fiscally responsible. Again, we're going to have further discussions on this, but even by KRW study and assessment, they don't recommend that. They understand that there's possibly some savings, but then when you start really diving into the savings and discussion, if there was any contracting with Jeffcom or anything else, that is a service that is specific to personnel more than anything. They don't provide our radio towers. They don't provide the radios. They don't provide a lot of the programming, whether or not it's emergency notifications for inside the county or other software that we use to push out other notifications. That's been recent discussions. They don't provide our pack sets, car radios that is currently built into part of our cab, and purchasing that is through dispatch. So there's a lot of things that are not involved in looking at the current budget of the communication center and what are the what ifs if there was contracting and so forth. So my main point on it is obviously there's a lot of discussion that needs to be had to determine, is it fiscally responsible, as well as what kind of service is going to be provided, because I feel there would be some changes and lower levels of service. And the reason I'm saying this is not so much subjective from my point of view of a local issue. I think that we would have to learn who's going to be covering our towers that are our backup radio system. What about search and rescue or any of the other local entities, whether or not it's road and bridge, the ski areas when we have large avalanches or functions that are occurring up at the tunnel with CDOT and others. They get on some of our local radio channels that are not dispatched out of Jeffcom, as well as that radio, if we were using a local repeater, is not going to reach Jeffcom. So there's a lot of other discussions that need to be had on why I was putting it this time. I don't see it fiscally responsible, viable, or even recommended by KRW. But again, further discussions we need to have.
So,
Gentlemen.
so we've been hearing from our municipalities, they're having robust conversations with Jeffcom right now. I think I heard there was a unanimous vote at the Idaho Springs City Council about moving forward in some capacity, taking the conversation to the next level. Has the CAB been convened to kind of discuss what's happening and try and stay in front of it?
I'm glad you brought that up. Yes, actually, we did. We've got another meeting coming up next week. We're currently in a monthly meeting. One of the recommendations on here was they thought it was odd that it's a pay-per-call service in the way the billing and so forth was. So we're actually having contract discussions, not that we're signing a contract or doing anything without BOCC and county attorney and so forth, but we're talking about what would it take to come to an agreement that we could present where it's fiscally viable and it's responsible for the community. So keeping public safety services local, better interoperable communications locally to keep the municipalities here with our current dispatch center. So we are actually having these meetings and discussions quite frequently right now. And we've actually had some positive feedback that the municipalities would prefer to keep it locally. To keep dispatch here, they would prefer to continue as we are with just a different billing practice and system. So that's where we're at right now. And hopefully I'll be able to present something in the near future.
It would seem like municipalities would only be interested if we were talking about charging them less. Is that essentially what you're hinting at?
It's a combination of less or a reasonable amount that is palatable so that they can continue to afford, because we're hearing some dollar amounts from multiple municipalities, whether or not I'll pay a little bit more as long as we keep it local. Other ones are saying, I can't do this large amount, but we do need something a little bit more reasonable. They understand that there's a cost of doing business and service, and the cost has gone up. We understand that. That's just been society lately after COVID, besides all the other factors, employees and so forth. But we already are going to have continued cost and investment in our local 911 infrastructure, regardless if we stick here or contract out with Jeffcom. So we need to look at that. And that's where the entities have come back and said, oh, wait a minute, we didn't think about that backup radio system. That's VHF, UHF radios, the towers, the software that is still here that, as someone said, if I key up or whatever, is there a backup system if it were to fail? Or what about dead airspace? Those that have ever been out, and there's areas in the county that just digital radios, DTR, the digitally trunked radio system, does not have service. So what is the backup? Do you just say, police, fire, EMS, you have no radios, you're on your own? Oh, wait, you don't even have cell? Or do we continue to maintain our backup system? That is best practice for public safety. There's a cost in that. How much would be passed out to municipalities, or is the county going to absorb that as that's just our right thing to do in providing service to the community?
Has there been any analysis of, and I think of course, you're exactly right. And Jeffcom provides part of the picture, right? They don't do the last mile, if you want to call it that. They don't do the radio systems that get the signals down to the Taj Mahal or wherever they are down there. But they do a very significant piece of it when it comes to the dispatching and staffing and HR and all the rest of that. Has there been any analysis of just within that piece, what their economies of scale and cost structures are versus ours?
No, we're having discussions on it and we've asked questions, and I've gotten information from Idaho Springs of what that contract was looking like and what they were doing. But in all reality, I also need to get down there. I've been down to Jeffcom before, only because at one point my son used to work there. So I'm familiar with it from that aspect. He's moved on, but it gave me an insight that I've got a little bit of experience. I know their location near Belmar and Lakewood and been inside it, but the actual operations, I need to get better understanding as we have these discussions with the cab board and so forth.
Has there been any investigations or comparisons of capacities that they have that we don't, potentially, such as the ability to dispatch an MCI with dozens or hundreds of patients, such as like something like an airliner crashing on I-70. I mean, God forbid, something that hopefully will never happen.
But unfortunately, in our world, we know we have to be prepared for something like that. And I would say, yes, we are viable. And while we would be calling everyone in from outside agencies to assist, you have to remember that even with Jeffcom, when they got overwhelmed with the incident with a limited number of patients on I-70, when that truck went down and killed a bunch of people because the brakes went out, knowing the backside of what occurred then and other emergencies with armed robberies, people that were just having heart attacks, other calls, that was overwhelming to them. It's going to be overwhelming to us. But up here, we know our resources much better than what Jeffcom would know. And chances are they aren't landing on I-70 to try and save that airliner. It's going to be into a mountain that's going to have remote access, search and rescue. We know the area. We're going to have a better response. We're still calling everyone in from outside. We need more ambulances, mass casualty incident and so forth. But we're going to have a better local response because of that, because of our operations and knowing each other.
Trump, go ahead.
The last thing I'd say is I would love it next time we talk about this, if we kind of have a roadmap that kind of leads us to a go, no go. And I know we're talking about a lot of different elements and perspectives on this, and fiscal is one of them. Level of service is another one. And it's a complex issue, and I appreciate the fact that, well, it's hard for me to imagine a situation where we don't cooperate and collaborate and have the same solution as our municipal partners.
Agreed. And my hope is we can have a presentation to the BOCC that included conversations with municipalities through the CAB and what is a potential contract or way to move forward to try and say, no go on Jeffcom, keep everything local. But if that discloses otherwise, we'll have that conversation. Right now, it's a little early in it, but that's why when I was glad you brought that up. The question, are we having these conversations? We are very much having the conversations and hope to have some answers soon, because we are on a time frame. Decisions need to be made on municipalities. May to June. June's kind of the end of it. That's the 12th hour. It'd be nice to have it before money is spent or too much personnel time is involved in all of this. So the sooner the better.
Anything else? Yeah. George?
Yeah, I mean, my thoughts about the comms thing, my general thought is that we need to map out a process. And that the Board of County Commissioners needs to be engaged in that process. And I don't know exactly what that looks like, except that 2 of our municipalities have opted out. And I know that just means they have options.
Yes.
Sometimes I wonder whether, and I think we have 6 more days, we want to send ourselves that letter too. So that we have the same options. Right?
Like 6 more days.
Doesn't the contract say we have till?
Oh, a year, yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, I don't know if you have thought about sending ourselves that letter so that we have that option as well.
Do you actually need to?
I wouldn't see that we need to, and it's a discussion because, and I hate to get into the what ifs because we are working on a roadmap, we are working on the contracts, but if we ended up having this bifurcation and split of services by municipalities and county and so forth, there still has to be some sort of level of an operation for our local backup center, whether or not it's because of EOC, police, fire, EMS, other functions, dead space. There's still towers that are maintained and used. There's still a level of local service, regardless if we are the main 911 PSAP, the answering point or not. But it's a public safety issue. So as part of our conversation, I hope to have a roadmap, as you call it, or some presentation to the board sooner than later. And we'll have everyone involved because we can't do our own contracts. We aren't contracting in or out house or anything else.
Yeah, and I'm worried because
Further discussion.
I think it would take a couple of seconds for this board to have consensus on the idea that we can't subsidize any penny of the communications costs of the municipalities, right? And I think that's kind of what Sean was getting at earlier. So that's why I think it's really important for a board representative to be in those negotiations.
Right.
And
I'd like to make a suggestion though, if the board wishes to provide a notice of intent to terminate, because we still are a party to this agreement. So we would still want to do that. The board would have to make a decision, which of course it cannot make today because it's not on the agenda for discussion. But if you would like us to bring it back, just in an abundance of caution to provide that notice, we can.
Yeah.
The fact is that realistically, if any other partners pull out, it may dissolving the partnership anyway. So whether it's just a form or it actually a substance.
So that we're prepared to go any direction that we need to go.
Right.
We've given notice that we might take, when we hit the fork in the road, we're going to take it.
because there's a scenario where, I mean, right now we're spending 1.25 million or something. I was reading in the memo or in the study, there's a scenario where instead of the municipalities helping us out with that, we're bearing all those costs, right? Because they all opted out, or a much bigger portion of those costs. And I think that's something we clearly have to avoid.
But if they pay 400,000, then you're only paying 700,000?
That's real money.
Yeah, that's.
So I'd like to suggest if with the
Still more
board's
money,
consent,
but what's Jeffco gonna cost?
Yeah, because we'll have to be paying
That's what we
some.
need to find out.
I'd like
And
to
you lose the 911 funds too.
just if the board could, with our permission, we'd like to agendize this for the next meeting. Just for an action item to provide the intent and an abundance of caution so that we're not in a situation where we lose out time. It has no bearing, just so we're clear, it has no bearing of the board's actual action to do anything with regard to dispatch, but it may make sense just in an abundance of caution to do that.
Brian, did you have something you wanted to say?
Yeah, I just wanted to comment that we finance staff, we'd like to be involved in this analysis. There's some major, recognizing that cost is only one factor here, and the sheriff has made that clear, and I would agree with him.
Yep.
Right, the cost is just one factor. There are major potentials for savings here, and we need to be involved in that. At least that one aspect of the decision, right? Again, other aspects are gonna go into making that decision overall, but we'd love to be able to help do that analysis, have an understanding of what that cost could be, what the future looks like. So just want to make sure we're involved in that conversation.
Yeah, and then so the only other thing I wanted to say is I'm really curious to look at. I think we can learn a lot by looking at what happened with Evergreen Fire Rescue when they made the transition. How did that transition go? How is the status quo working right now? Because we have a third of our constituents who are in this situation that we are saying will result in really bad outcomes.
For law enforcement, public.
Right, exactly, and that's the thing we.
Fire's totally different. And I got an example just 3 weeks ago. where it didn't work very well.
That's where I'm thinking we can look a little bit. But then the big thing is I note in their report that Jeffcom offered to basically facilitate us through this evaluation. They made that offer, as I read it, they made that offer to KRW. And I think we should take them up on it
They're doing it for Idaho Springs right now.
to say, hey, why don't you bring us a formal proposal and facilitate us through the analysis? They've handled 20 plus of these transitions. I can't think of a party that is going to be more cost effective and effective in helping us get through this than them. So that's what I have to say.
I had one quick follow on, which is, you bring up great points, Sheriff Stein, but we're not blazing a trail here, right? Every single agency to the west of us has already done this. And to George's point, there's all kinds of good learnings and not making the mistakes and learning lessons the hard way when you're the first person to go through the gate.
Agreed, 100%. In fact, our actual discussion in the last CAB meeting is we are still looking at trying to keep everything local and contracted, but the end goal is probably anywhere from 4 to 6. So I'm going to say approximately 5. We would love to see a multi-jurisdictional, self-standing, self-funded Title 32 dispatch center that takes it out of the county, takes it out of any specific agency. That is a taxation issue. There's many more conversations to be had, but theoretically, just in open conversation, there's been discussions of how nice it would be to have a Gilpin, Clear Creek County multi-jurisdictional facility, theoretically in a joint location. So say maybe East Idaho Springs. Idaho Springs themselves has been trying to set up money to aside for a new police department. They would have interest in possibly putting in cost to build, so they'd have a law enforcement housed police department location in the downstairs or main level, whatever. These are theories and discussions that we're having that would actually give a much better fiscally responsible, viable, long-term goal that is totally separate. So it's not our employees, it's not county funds, it's a separate taxed entity maintaining and managing themselves. And that's what's happened west of here, if kind of what you've already been speaking of. And that would be similar to what Jeffco did when they went to their Jeffcom. Everyone moved over except for Westminster. So very similar process. It's a separate entity. But how do we get to that? Not fast enough if it's viable. Right now, the interest is definitely there, but that's many years down the road and many more conversations than what is our short-term plan right now.
Yeah, and I'm only just one last comment. I mean, it sounds like what you're talking about doing is recreating the wheel and creating our own Jeffcom instead of joining something that already has more economies of scale than we could ever dream of achieving.
I don't know. We haven't vetted that.
Okay.
Rotating back into chair this year, I'm trying to remember to follow Sean's example and make sure everyone else has a chance to speak first. So I think I'd just like to say 2 or 3 things, and it's really more in summary because almost everything's been covered a few times. First of all, there are 3 thoughts that I think to summarize this conversation. As I look at the second paragraph under Comm Center, it says further discussion of utilization and consolidation continues to show, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Now, I haven't been part of that discussion, and to my knowledge, neither have either one of the other 2 commissioners. And I wondered if our staff had been on our behalf, and then Brian made a comment that caused me to believe that perhaps he has not been in that discussion either. So I do think we need to be part of the discussion. I think if we're having a discussion about communications, we should communicate with each other. And so I think it'd be good if we did that. The second is that I've heard a long list of reasons, but I haven't seen that. And they're good ones. They're good thoughts about the fact that Jeffcom doesn't take care of those towers. Jeffcom doesn't take care of a lot of things, so that there's a holistic cost to the entire change. If we were to move to Jeffcom, it would be the part that Jeffcom does, and then the costs involved with maintaining all the other parts too. And so we need a holistic analysis that doesn't just say, we can't do it, and it's not feasible because we thought of these reasons. We need to put numbers to those reasons and show comparisons side by side of what the 2 different alternatives give us. The third thing, though, I think that's important is that we need a holistic response, because I agree with one part of it. One of the objections to doing it is that, well, it'll leave all these other people out in the cold and we'll be disjointed and they'll be on different systems. I don't think that would be our object. I think the object would be, is now that we've seen Idaho Springs, for example, and I think one other give notice, I think Empire and Idaho Springs have given notice, and then that shows that there's, that potential already exists of our becoming fractured. And so what we need to do is pull everybody together, facilitated by the best person, as George suggests, the best entity, and create that understanding of the cost this direction, the cost and services this direction, the cost and services that direction, quantified with numbers that we can look at, that has a number on the lower right-hand cell of the spreadsheet that tells us which one comes out over time to give us the best cost, and compare that to the services and our evaluation thereof. So I think the conversation should continue, because not everyone's been in the conversation, and there are some factors out there that threaten us with that fracturing already if we don't get everybody on the same page, whichever direction we go at the end of the day. So I'd like to think of it as a continuing conversation that is not ended by this sentence that I just read a second ago that says, further discussion has shown. It's like, I don't know what happened in those discussions. And if they didn't have the numbers attached to everything, then we definitely need to address your concerns and attach numbers to all of the different elements of providing this service. And then make a good, solid decision, kind of like we talked about a minute ago with size of a jail or anything like that.
Yes. And actually, we're hopefully meeting, I'll respond by email Thursday or something to see if we can continue, because we have had some email discussions, and they will be expanding on discussions with county staff.
We have recommendations 12 through 17 remaining.
Yes.
Is that something that we wish to continue on through and get this done right now? And then I would suggest we probably move into the ROMP update, and then after that, bring land. Is that your thought? What do you think, Brian?
That works.
Okay. So let's try to get on through 12 through 17.
Honestly, we've touched on all of them other than the very last one, which was very brief in touching on. So just so for public, jail operations we've discussed. Lead dispatcher I actually didn't mention, but we have filled that position. One of them's open right now because she's moving on, but we're working to refill that again. So we're back up to our 2 leads. But other than that, evacuation plan, detentions, positions filled. We've touched on jail operations, jail staffing we've touched on. Really, the last one was only staffing overhire program, and that's just not a fiscally responsible program at this point to hire additional staff in expectation of accrual, retirement, anyone moving on to outside agencies or anything else. So that attrition, to overhire for attrition is a great option and recommendation from KRW, but given our current budget
Very
cuts.
nice though, especially in the jail where we have officers leaving all the time. It'd be nice to be able to overhire by one that way we're not down for 3 months on the FTO program.
My response to that is I bet you could manage to have an overhire program without going over your budgeted FTEs in an environment where when you post a job application, someone responds to it. And right, because this is all just purely academic right now because we have vacant positions.
Yes.
Right? So.
And they're budgeted.
Right, and they're budgeted and they're vacant. And so.
Well, we also have a 214,000 cut that we have to make. So
I think the
while
vacant positions equal more than that though, don't they, with salaries and benefits?
Those for people that you guys haven't been able to hire for years. So I don't think it really figures into this conversation.
It's not for years. It's we hire and then somebody else quits and it's
I'm talking about like the
continual vacancy. Yes,
staff in the kitchen that has been on staff for quite some time, those ones.
that one position.
just that one, and the half nurse, the patrol keeps just moving and so forth. That's the entry level position. So back to the original discussions and budget, if this is going to be a long-term cut versus a single year dip, we have to watch FTEs because otherwise it's not a recurring cut.
And I think my point is twofold. I tried to make a second ago, which is that I believe that the budgeted amount of salaries and benefits of the unfilled positions remains greater than that $214,000 cut. And beyond that, an overhire program is about intentionally projecting forward to overhire beyond your budget in expectation of the fact that you're going to have attrition and be losing people. And that's so that we don't end up in a position where we're arguing over a budget and budget reductions when we don't even have the staff hired to be able to spend the money to begin with. And so it's about a strategy to be able to make sure that you have projected forward your hiring in order to maintain adequate staff so that you are able to, so that you got the people out there that you need, so you can have those patrolmen on the street, all that stuff. So I think that's the point I think that's restating something George was saying a second ago.
Plus, isn't there overtime savings? If you're avoiding, right, that
Could
would
be.
figure into it too. I would imagine.
Yeah. All right.
It's great to think that way, but I don't know if we'll ever be in a position to overhire right now.
I mean, you gotta have people to respond to
Yeah,
applications.
That's my point.
we got holes.
Stay on it.
I don't know if we'll ever get to that point. It'd be nice to still have it on the table, just in case we do, especially in the jail, get up to what we're allotted and then hire one. Cause it seems like the jail, they always have apps out trying to get, move on to road or whatever.
We know we have functioned as a stepping stone in the past, and so we should project our hiring, our hiring intentions to anticipate attrition.
Right.
I think that's the point of an overhire program. So, okay.
So y'all aren't against it, is what I'm hearing. So I appreciate that.
I don't think,
No.
I don't think you need any changes to your budget or any approval from us to work on that. We just need some improvement in the labor market, and that's everywhere.
Amen.
Okay. Any other comments before we move on to next, the romp update?
Romp on. We're out.
Thank you.
I would call back Carol Ann, but we have a consultant guest in the room as well, so.
Did you notice who our NOCO advocate rep is?
Excuse me.
I did.
You just did it for yourself.
Stab myself with a staple. Workers' comp.
What you starting with, my friend?
Can we let Jason and Terrell and the viewers, can we? Yes.
Nice to see that at last.
Okay.
That's Julie. Okay, because I see her here, so I'm like, oh, should I cross over? But,
Oh, I meant to ask.
well, she probably
Seems like we need to
cross over.
maybe be on the agenda in our next meeting.
Julie, I just promoted you to panelist. So I'm happy to share my screen and go through it, but if you want to do it, you are able to do that as well now.
Yeah, we're gonna do it on our end.
Okay,
Yeah, we
great.
got the slides. Yep. Great, thanks.
Yep.
Let me just wait for a copy that for you.
Thanks. Double-sided.
Yes.
Thank you, commissioners. I will just get us started here. Julie is going to start with the presentation. Again, we apologize for not having this community survey results in the packet.
No, me. I apologize.
Well, we all apologize. We're a team, so all of this is, it happens. And our intent was to give you this document to review ahead of time. Our presentation is going to focus today on the community survey, and we are also going to present some projects that we're taking a long review process to get them to a place where we would start workshopping them. We're going to start with the community survey.
Yeah, great. Okay. Hi, everybody. Good to see you again. Julie Shapiro, Natural Resources Center Director for Keystone Policy Center. I am joined today by my colleague. I'm going to have him say hello. Jonathan, you want to say hi?
Good morning, everybody. Jonathan Terrell, a policy fellow at the Keystone Policy Center.
And so I'm going to just give you a quick framing, refresh, intro. Jonathan's going to deep dive on community survey preliminary results. And then we will bring you back to that potential project list that Amy just mentioned, and I'll give you a little more context for that as well. But Jonathan, if you can go to the next slide, please. All right, and go to the next slide after that, and keep going. Okay, you've seen this slide before. This is just kind of the overview of the process we're using. We are kind of in the confluence of tasks 2, 3, and 4 right now for the recreation and outdoor management plan. You've seen the preliminary research that SE Group has conducted, and we have been bringing the community in through a community advisory team focus group meeting that happened since your last meeting, and also through this survey that had 400 participants, and I think got a great cross-section of the community. It was focused on residents of Clear Creek County. So that survey closed on January 9th, and we've been working through all of the feedback, and that will end up as part of the research report as well. So in that sense, it's still overlapping with task 2. And then at the same time, as you heard a little bit on the last presentation, we have the planning partners team as well as this interagency team that have been doing some work to try to think about visioning and goals and start thinking about projects that could become priorities for a plan. No decisions have been made, and everything actually here in these groups is advisory, really, because we'll be bringing it to Clear Creek County staff and ultimately to the commission as you solidify the plan. But it's been very iterative. And if you can go to the next slide, Jonathan. This is just a quick summary of actions. I've kind of mentioned them all in passing in terms of user surveys, manager interviews, the research report looking at trends, 3 planning partners team meetings, 3 interagency team meetings, a community advisory team meeting, and the survey. So let's keep going. Oh, sorry. We'll go back just for a second and pause. I wanted to give you a sense of next steps, and I have a bigger slide built out at the end of this presentation, but just we're at an important moment in the process in that as the community survey results are coming together with the work of the planning partners team and your feedback, we're going to move from this initial scoping, problem framing, brainstorming kind of half of this process into one that's a little more focused on workshopping specific concepts and potential project ideas that will really make up this back half. And then all of that information will come together in the final plan. So we're really looking forward to sharing those initial results with you. You'll get more as a follow-up, hearing your initial thoughts on projects that could be priorities. And the planning partners team actually meets this Thursday again. So we'll be kind of channeling some of that insight from you into that meeting as well, along with the survey results. Okay, so with that in mind, Jonathan's really been looking closely at these results. And again, this is preliminary. There are multiple choice questions in the survey, and were qualitative, kind of open-ended questions, and you'll see mainly the results from those multiple choice questions. The qualitative analysis we've started to look at, and Jonathan can give you some insights from that, but we don't have as much of that summarized yet. That will, of course, be synthesized for a final report. So Jonathan, let me turn it over to you. And we're going to ask you to hold questions just because we know that each one of these slides could really take a lot of dissection. So we want to run through those and the priorities list, and then at whatever time we have, open it up to anything you want to talk about, and we can go back to those slides too. So go ahead, Jonathan.
Awesome. Thanks, Julie. As Julie said, today we'll be diving into the quantitative preliminary findings of our survey. We'll start with just a couple of demographic questions we asked. First, residence types, where folks lived in the county, specifically asking folks, do they live in the municipalities, unincorporated areas near or not near a popular recreation access point. And you can see we got a pretty good split among our sample size of 400. We had a lot of response from the community. Only 15 of those were people who were not located in Clear Creek County. 385 were. We also asked folks how often they recreated in the county and got a pretty good split. Obviously more of a bias toward folks who recreated, but also included results, including people who don't recreate at all in the county, up to people who recreate on a daily basis. What's really interesting, though, and what we'll be digging into today is comparing these two things and seeing some trends pop out. So each of these bars represents one of those residence subtypes. you'll see really pay attention more closely to the rightmost three bars, focus in the municipal areas, unincorporated areas, near a popular recreational amenity and not near a popular recreational amenity. And you'll see some pretty consistent results around recreation, both for municipal and non-municipal residents living near a recreational amenity. But an interesting finding that immediately pops out is this red bar, which indicates folks who are not likely to recreate at all in the county, specifically being a large subportion of unincorporated residents not near a popular recreation access point. We also asked folks, how does Clear Creek's role as an outdoor recreation destination affect their quality of life? And one thing that immediately stands out here is the amount of positivity toward this perception of recreation in the county. Folks were given choices from very negative to very positive, and you'll see that very positive or positive respondents had a majority of the respondents in the survey. Although there is an important subcomponent of the population that felt negative or very negative about this question and this idea. We'll compare this based on residence type and recreation frequency. So again, each of these bars represents a different subpopulation of residents in the county, especially pay attention to the top three being elsewhere, not near a recreational access point, in an unincorporated area near a rec access point, and in one of the municipal areas. And you'll see again that consistently throughout these, a positive or very positive attitude toward Clear Creek County as an outdoor recreation still stands out. There are some differences, especially in unincorporated areas near popular recreation access amenities, that middle bar, folks feeling more negative or very negative about Clear Creek County as an outdoor recreation destination. When you also look at this by recreation frequency, you'll see a pretty similar result regardless of the frequency of recreation use in the county. Again, showing a generally positive attitude with an interesting finding of folks in an everyday, people who are daily recreators in the county feeling more negative or very negative in comparison to those other recreators. A key difference, though, is that folks who aren't recreating at all in the county are more likely to feel negative or very negative, or just as likely to feel neutral or indifferent toward Clear Creek County as an outdoor recreation destination. So there's an interesting finding that pops out whenever you compare those two. We also asked folks what's most needed for recreation in the county and gave folks the following choices for response. So do they prioritize additional recreation opportunities, amenities? That's that blue coloring. There's the orange, enhanced management and or quality of existing recreational opportunities. The yellow being enhanced protection, conservation of natural resources. And then an all of the above answer or none of the above answer for those three subcategories. And you'll see that there's a plurality of support for an all of the above approach, that big chunk of green there. Although there are some individual differences based on those sub components. And there's also a minority support for none of the above approach. The support for prioritizing additional recreation opportunities and amenities comes about even to enhanced management of existing recreation opportunities and enhanced protection and conservation of natural resources as a close third between those individual subcategories. We'll compare this again by residence type, recreation frequency, and perception of recreation in the county. So here's another breakdown of what is most needed specifically by residence type. Most residents, again, see about 40% at least of support for an all of the above approach, this dark green. Municipal residents are more likely to, among the three subcategories, more likely to value additional recreation opportunities, but are among all three of the groups most likely to support enhancing protection or conservation of natural resources. You'll see that yellow bar in comparison to the two other residential categories. The unincorporated folks living near a popular recreational amenity, among the 3 individual responses, were most likely to prioritize enhanced management of existing recreation opportunities. And finally, the unincorporated folks not near a popular recreational amenity, among the 3 subcategories, were most likely to prioritize additional recreational opportunities and amenities. So interesting findings there, especially in the unincorporated areas not near a popular recreation amenity, where they're not recreating at a greater frequency than their municipal and unincorporated near rec amenities counterparts, but they are indicating that there is a prioritization for additional opportunities, and we'll get into that more detail later. Whenever you look at recreation frequency compared to what is most needed, you'll see that there's not really a super strong trend here. Again, general support among all 3 kind of pops out for this all of the above approach, and similar breakdowns for additional rec opportunities and amenities, enhanced management of existing rec opportunities, and enhanced conservation of natural resources. One interesting finding is that those folks who don't recreate at all in the county, you'll see in this bottom right corner that large red bar indicating none of the above support. Suggesting that those residents just aren't prioritizing investing in recreation management in general. Finally, in comparison to how folks perceive recreation in the county, again, that question of how they feel about Clear Creek County as an outdoor recreation destination impacting their quality of life. Some interesting things immediately pop out here in terms of folks' responses to what's most needed for recreation management in the county. Again, general support among all categories for an all of the above approach over any other answer. The one kind of key difference here is folks who feel specifically negatively were more likely to prioritize either enhanced protection of natural resources as a priority or enhanced management of existing opportunities, that yellow and orange bar there in the negative column. An interesting other finding is that whenever you look kind of at this whole picture, you'll see an opposite relationship between folks who are more likely to select a none of the above approach versus an additional rec opportunities and amenities priority, where the more negative that an individual felt about a Clear Creek County as an outdoor recreation destination, the more likely they were to support a none of the above approach, and the less likely they were to support investing in additional rec opportunities and amenities. Finally, the last quantitative question that we asked was to further break down individuals' recreation priorities other than those sort of 5 key sort of principal subject areas,
Hey,
giving
Jonathan,
them, sure.
Just to pause you,
Yeah.
the font is so tiny and you're gonna have to talk people through what the key is.
Okay.
Because I don't think people can read that on their screen.
Yeah. This is also one of the limitations of just presenting this, and we'll dig deeper into this in the addendum to the research report as well. So each respondent was given the option to choose up to 3 of the following 11 priorities. And we'll walk through those left to right, just so that way you can get a key of color. The blue on the leftmost is limiting human impacts in fragile natural areas. The yellow addressing recreationist impacts on local neighborhoods, resident safety, and quality of life. You'll see that followed by limiting human impacts on fragile natural areas are the kind of top priorities for folks who responded to this. The light gray on the third most is reducing conflicts between users. That got a lower priority, I think the lowest out of all of these 11 choices. Yellow is acquiring or conserving lands for the purpose of protecting natural resources, so more of a conservation aligned ethic. The light blue in the middle there is expanding recreation access through land acquisition and or development of new recreational amenities on existing lands. You'll see that one's kind of a It ties for third with that rust color, providing Clear Creek residents with access to trails and parks within walking and biking distance of where they live. So those are both more about expanding access, especially for local residents. This green is making recreation more accessible to all with easy or beginner trails and facilities. This dark blue is creating opportunities for winter outdoor recreation. Again, the red being providing Clear Creek residents with access to trails and parks within walking and biking distance. The dark gray is improving the condition of existing trails and recreational amenities for quality and safety, such as making existing popular trails and amenities more durable. This gold color is developing a coordinated wayfinding, signage, parking, and visitor information strategy. And finally, the purple is providing better connections to and between existing trail networks and recreation destinations. So just as we looked at what's most needed, I'll also break this down by the previous 4 questions that we've already covered in the survey. So by residence type, what I'll do is really show kind of what is most a priority for each of these 3 residence types. Because the sample size was so small for our non-residents, I chose not to include that bar here, just for to get things as visible as possible. For folks that were in an unincorporated area of the county, you'll see again that prioritization of limiting human impacts, that blue, and addressing recreationist impacts to local communities. But then that subcomponent of expanding recreation access, the light blue, and then the rust color, providing Clear Creek residents with access to trails and parks within easily accessible distances. For folks who live near a popular recreation amenity, again, a strong sort of prioritization for those more conservation and rec-minded impacts, and then kind of an even swath among all the other options. And then finally, in the municipal areas, again, support for limiting human impacts and addressing recreationist impacts, with some additional support for providing more easily accessible recreation opportunities. Whenever we look at this by recreation frequency, again, each of these bars represents a different frequency of recreation by recreation priorities. There isn't really a significant trend that pops out here, kind of following those macro trends of the whole survey, but no real specifics based upon how frequently folks are recreating. Well, just for brevity of time, I'll go past that slide because this is a more interesting finding. Whenever you look at recreation priorities based on recreation perception, so from top to bottom, very negative to more positive at the very bottom, an immediate trend really pops out here. Folks who are very negative or negative are more likely to support those priorities of limiting human impacts to fragile national areas, the blue, or the orange, addressing recreationist impacts on local neighborhoods, the orange, with some additional components like the yellow, acquiring lands for the purpose of protecting natural resources. And you can see that the likelihood of an individual who supports those 2 first ones really specifically decreases the more positive an individual felt about Clear Creek County as an outdoor recreation destination. And then you'll see among those very positives at the bottom bar there, kind of an even support with a little bit more support for expanding recreation access, creating opportunities for winter recreation, or providing local access within biking or walking distance of residents. Further, whenever you look at kind of our final comparison here, looking at recreation priorities by recreation needs, this is really illuminating and confirming of each of these 5 different categories. Again, none of the above, all of the above, enhanced protection of natural resources, enhanced management of existing opportunities, and additional recreation opportunities and amenities. And this will be really informative as to what Julie will talk about next around the next task of prioritizing the projects in coordination with this survey results and the planning partners team, and of course, the commission's final decisions. And it indicates kind of what each of these subgroups most prioritizes. And there's a lot of what you'd expect, like for none of the above, there's a lot of support for addressing recreationist impacts, So there is still some kind of addressing impacts ethic in these none of the above respondents, as well as an interesting finding that they're also looking for creating opportunities for winter outdoor recreation. So it's not these none of the above approach folks aren't saying I don't want it at all. For all of the above, there's kind of that even split between all of these priorities. Again, some deference to those first two, but generally there's more or less equal support for all of the different 11 priorities. For individuals who were prioritizing individually enhanced protection of natural resources, again, those priorities that are alignment with those really stand out. The blue being limiting human impacts in fragile natural areas, addressing recreationist impacts, the yellow being acquiring lands for the purpose of protecting and limiting recreational access. So that's kind of a confirmation there. With folks who are looking for enhanced management, you're seeing similar trends, although not as pronounced as the enhanced protection/conservation crew. And then for folks who supported additional recreational opportunities and amenities among all of these 5 choices, you'll see answers more in alignment with there as well. That light blue being expanding recreation access, the green making recreation more accessible with easy/beginner trails, the dark blue, again, that winter recreation opportunities, and then the rust color providing Clear Creek residents with access to trails within walking distance. So to put things all together, just to kind of elevate some of the key findings from all of that quantitative data, one thing that's really clear is that a majority of residents feel positive about Clear Creek County as an outdoor recreation destination, about 58% of our survey's respondents, with an important minority to note of folks who feel negative or very negative coming in around 20%, 19 specifically. Among all of those 5 different rec priority options, there's a plurality of support for an all of the above approach, about 42% and more than any of the other individual options. When you break that down by some of those other questions, there's a trend that unincorporated residents near popular recreation amenities place the most emphasis on managing existing recreational opportunities as a subcomponent of those 5 priorities. And then finally, those who viewed outdoor recreation negatively were more likely to support a none of the above approach and less likely to support additional recreation opportunities. Again, each of the 5 individual groups were most likely to support among all of the 5 options on all of the above approach to recreation management in the county. And then finally, there's this interesting story about unincorporated residents who are not living near a popular recreation amenity. They're among all 5 or among all 4 of those groups, residential groups, they're most likely to not recreate at all. That 20% of unincorporated residents aren't recreating. And they also are placing the most emphasis on either an all of the above approach to recreation management or as the most of the individual 3 options, more recreation opportunities. And with that, I'll turn it over to Julie to talk more about those potential project priorities for consideration.
Pause. Okay. All right. Thanks, Jonathan. Amy and I were just discussing, let's do pause. We want to make sure there's enough time to cover these last few slides and get your feedback on these possible projects. So let's watch the clock on that, but let's just wait for a moment on that to see what questions you have for Jonathan. Thanks, Jonathan. Obviously, he's been doing a lot of work looking at those correlations and trying to break it down, being responsive to the feedback from the last meeting around what are we asking, who are we hearing from, and trying to paint that story to understand both the macro trends that he was highlighting and the trends within different demographics of the county. And he moved through that really quickly, and we will the report you would have gotten in your mailing packet didn't actually have all that correlative data anyway, because that's really been just the last few days of work. But you'll get that too. And of course, welcome thoughts on that afterwards. But let's see what we can answer for you now.
So questions or comments to this point in time? Sean?
I guess it seems pretty logical, right? I mean, a kind of get off my lawn type of people who respond to the survey want no people and basically no visitors and want essentially our public lands to be viewed and not used, or maybe just used by themselves, or actually not even, right? They kind of indicated that they weren't users of our public lands. So yeah, that doesn't surprise me.
George?
I mean, I'm going to spend a lot of time thinking about these results before I think I have like a solid conclusion. I wonder if the people who don't live near a popular recreation amenity spent a week near a popular recreation amenity, how their responses to this survey would change. And so I'm kind of curious. I don't, this is like a rhetorical question,
Right.
but there's definitely different lived experiences happening around the county, right?
And the opposite too.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And obviously there's probably some selection bias because if I'm thinking about where to buy a home and I want to, and I'm a recreationist, maybe I want to be right near Bierstadt or wherever else. So, I mean, that's just some
If I
commentary.
want to buy a home, but you haven't bought it yet.
Well, yeah. Let's just assume that we all enjoy being in homes. That's a good point. So I'm really curious to know, like, when people indicate, was it one option only, or were people indicating all of the above and other options in there?
So for the one question, Jonathan, can you go back to the kind of macro question that was the all of the above to start with the pie chart? For that question, they could choose one of those options. They could choose the blue, the orange, the yellow, the green, or the red.
Yeah.
Once we get into now if you fast forward to the one with lots of colors, and keep going. Go back.
Oh, sorry.
The recreation priorities.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one. So with this one, they could choose 3. So in some ways, it's interesting to compare all of the results because the one was really forcing you to choose all of the above or just one of these things. This one, you could say, I really want limiting, you could pick the 2 conservation ones and the couple management and conflict ones, or, from that and kind of separate out, right? So it's 2 different questions, but in one way, like in some ways they're nested, right? So you could spend a lot of time kind of breaking down even beyond the correlations we did of how does this graph map to that kind of bigger picture one.
Yeah, the only other thing, like the reason I'm focusing on that all of the above response is because
Keep going.
I don't think that we have all of the above as an option, given the resources that we have to apply to this issue. And so really curious to hear, all of the above, right, is awesome. And given our resource constraints, and that we might not be able to do that, like, how are we looking at it?
Well, I mean, I think we tried to make it that it was more general choices. Like, do we continue to build things? Do we just focus on what we have, or do we focus on protection? It was like trying to say, how do you feel about generalized buckets of resource use?
I would describe all of the above as build more recreational amenities and manage everything you do better.
Right.
So that's, to me, sounds like
More and better.
just something that is not within our resources.
Right.
But anyway, those are my comments for now. Randy, I'm really curious to hear how this landed on your brain.
Not being able, first of all, I'll offer some subjective criticism. If I don't know if you haven't built a lot of PowerPoints to show in front of a room on a screen that's 15 feet away, but you got to use big print and put less stuff on because there's a lot of information here. The second part is we're just seeing it right now here in this meeting. So I'm not tending to render too many opinions except for 2 or 3 general splash observations, because that's all I can take away. My tendency is to I mentioned earlier, in the sheriff's thing, I mentioned, I tend to think and respond quickly and sometimes jump to conclusions a little bit. And so I try to think and respond slowly so that I come up with answers later and go home and think about it for a little while. And that's due to a glitch that we had, nobody's fault that I'm even blaming, because I understand that this information was on an earlier version of the agenda and I only looked at the last couple, and so I didn't see it. And it's going to take time to distill it. My general impression is in keeping with some communication that the other commissioners haven't seen that I've sent to Brian and sent to Amy and some of it to Julie, which is sort of you get what you pay for, or you get what you expect, or you can create predictable outcomes depending on how you ask the questions and who's in the room. And I'm not shocked to find out that the people who live in the unincorporated areas of the geographic locations, those who live near trailheads and in the midst of recreation, are the least supportive of expanding recreation. And I'm not surprised to hear them characterized in a negative, pejorative way as the get off my lawn people, and then have you kind of laugh because we know who they are, as opposed to people who might be biased due to actual information, having information. And then the people who were the next, like, I think those that lived in unincorporated areas not near there, I found it interesting that they were least likely to recreate and they were okay with expansion. The people in the towns within Clear Creek County were more likely to be in favor of expanding recreation. And the people who lived outside of Clear Creek County who responded because they were interested in recreation, apparently, I mean, those would be who would respond if they live outside Clear Creek County, would be the ones who would be most in favor of expanding that recreation because they're even farther from understanding holistically all of its aspects. I'm somebody that supports recreation. You wouldn't believe it listening to me from all the communications I've sent you and what I've heard in the meetings. But after about 4 years at NOCO now and having built mountain bike maps that the guys from Comba told me that's where they learned about Clear Creek County was through a map that I got published at National Geographic in 1992. I've kind of like developed some different thoughts about what it means to manage recreation. So I'm not surprised to see those developments. I did think it was important that Jonathan said, and there was a lot of what you would expect, because that's what I saw in about 2/3 of the people who felt the most negatively about the impacts were the least likely to support expansion. I mean, it's sort of like a declining scale, and the slide is, thank you for putting the slide there. It didn't tell me anything different than I thought that slide would have said if somebody had made it. I had a conversation with folks from the 14ers Initiative and recently about the declining numbers on, they won't know about beer stat for 22 because the counter was lost, as I mentioned earlier in the meeting, in the commissioner's report. But Grays and Tories are down and Quandary are down. Every one of those four, which are the four most highly climbed peaks in the state, three of which are in my district, have implemented restrictions in place to parking and creating shuttles at Quandary and stuff like that. And that's reduced the amount of volume. The most important thing I heard was the folks at the 14ers Initiative down in Golden seeing that as a positive development of effective management, because the numbers of people that were hiking and pounding, that into place. And almost nobody that I know realizes that Bierstadt has geological conditions that are prone to erosion and less able to be hardened without importing material by hand. And so it's a tough place to fix. So when they don't know that, they're more likely to say, yeah, get us a bigger parking lot at Bierstadt, not realizing there's 1,000 people in a day and the trail's 30 feet wide. And I see crews up there working, trying to keep up and yelling at people to get back on the trail when I climbed it this year. So if you've gone out and done it, you experience those things. I just want to say that beyond having those initial, it's good information to have. I'd like to read the fine print and go through all of this and have time to respond. The reason I said what I said in the communications that I've sent to Brian and Amy and also Julie, and I did send some edits. You guys haven't seen them to the research summary. There were certain assertions made there that were just simply inaccurate. They weren't true. And I know they're not true because I know the people and the places and how they have felt and said they feel about them. And we'll have one person from a town and a person from another town, a person from another town, and a person from another town coming and representing those towns in the meetings and saying, here's what would be good to have happen over here or have happen over there, and here's what we think. And I read assertions about Empire that are absolutely directly contradictory to what I know the people that aren't just get off my lawn people, because they're actually the recreationalists who go up there every day, and they're nice to the people they recreate with. They're the people that recreate up in their area more than anyone else right out of the town of Empire. And I know that I read in the report that I saw the other day, the research summary, as an example, that there was some controversy from some people about expanding motorized recreation, expanding it, making it larger out of the Empire area, and that Empire itself, the term Empire, is the one town that embraces more motorized recreation and wants it. And that happens when you call a meeting and you get somebody to come to a meeting and tell you stuff.
Yes.
And I had an experience that Brian told me means that I'm now biased and less fit to judge this information because I've been biased by this information. And what the information was in 2015, a number of people told us that they wanted to legalize OHV traffic up North Empire and Bard Creek roads from the town so that the town itself could be used as a parking and staging area for OHV activity to get more people into the Billmore Lake area and up Bard Creek. And it was represented that the town was almost completely in favor of this as an economic development and recreational opportunity. And I didn't find out, and it had already been voted on by the county commissioners, and I didn't find out about it until a neighbor brought me a newspaper across the street. So my wife and I walked up and down the road and talked to, and we were told that the residents along the way were all in favor. So my wife and I walked up and down the road and knocked on every door and talked to 25 people. And there were 23 that were dead set against. There was one person ambivalent, and there was one person that was for it. But all 25 of them didn't know anything about it until I told them after I read it in the paper that my neighbor walked across the street. And now when I look this many years later, and I hear that there was some controversy that caused these, and a few people didn't like it, that caused these measures to fail, it's a completely inaccurate statement. And so if you bring certain people to a room, you're going to get certain answers. And I don't know what the answer is. I'm not saying you've done wrong. And I don't expect you to have, at this stage of the game, walked up and down all these different roads where these things can happen and talk to these people. But I think it's important to note that their opinions are not just biased, get off my lawn opinions. They're because they are more likely to, the people who live by the trailheads are extremely likely to use those trailheads and see those trails and have repeated experience on those trails and have a more accurate picture of what's actually happening on those trails. And I know that for a fact from being one of those people that uses several of those trails and saw what I saw. And I'm not saying that we shouldn't expand recreation and have more trails. I hear no, I see nothing in here other than I appreciate it, and I didn't want to say anything about it at the presentation at NOCO. It was a good presentation. It was stated that we were going to show that we're putting more interest into conservation and ecology. And yet when I look at a bullet point page and I see the first 4 or 5 bullet points are about expansion, and then I get to the bottom of the page and I read about ecology and conservation, there's still a tone there that implies a lack of balance. And so I don't know how we can expand stuff that's already considered by the environmental groups and management advisory groups like the 14ers Initiative, who are pro-recreation people who like to get out on 14ers, and other mountains. If we can't heed what we're hearing and factor it in, and be careful not to create a false equivalency between people who live in Denver and want to come up here and have more opportunities here, and people that are sitting right next to it or on it, watching it go by. And, I'm pro motorized recreation. I'm pro hiking. I'm pro mountain biking. I'm pro having those trails. But if we don't have people that are effectively bringing conversations about trail fragmentation in a technical sense which is you've got wildlife trails, you have human recreation trails. The more of these human recreation trails you put across on that grid, the smaller and smaller you cut those pieces into. Those are the kinds. That's getting in the weeds, but that's actual technical information. And you can find out that when you promote certain kinds of activities, you need X number of miles to create a quality experience for different kinds of activities. When we factor that in and learn what we're adding to what we've already got, I think it's really important. And so this is really generic, over the top, top down right now, just very general top level information. And I appreciate having it. I want to read every word and think about it, and then think about how to create a balanced approach to recreation here that maintains what we've got, because we are, I know that the White National Forest is the most heavily visited forest in the nation, including the skier visits to the multiple ski areas that are in the White National Forest. The Uintah in Washington is the second, including the many, many ski areas that are in the Uintah. And the Arapahoe Roosevelt is third, with only a couple of ski areas in it. And I think when you take ski area day visits out, the White and the Uintah, their character changes too. So we're right there tied with the White and the Uintah, and we've got three of the four of the five most heavily visited 14ers in the state right now. And that's seen as a problem by the 14ers Initiative and the Forest Service and a number of people. So I hope that when we look at all of this, we don't just kind of look at it all like everyone's equal and all these kind of results are equal, and a lot of them are predictable. Which brings me to the last questions is whose opinions will matter the most, and I think it's the most informed. And as we stated in the last meeting, it's the people who will be most impacted as stakeholders, in both positively and negatively, economically and in terms of access to recreation. So I hope that this leads to a pretty holistic look at what we've got and takes into account the amount of stuff we've got here now. And my own view is potentially improving that and making it more durable, as opposed to simply expanding and expanding when we're viewed by some professionals as being over the top right now in terms of impact. So
Thanks, Randy. I appreciate the comments that you offered to the research study, and those are noted, and we will, as we continue to draft and finalize that study, those will be part of those ongoing edits to the research document.
Amy, can I just make a quick observation?
Yeah.
And I didn't mean to disparage anybody. I was trying to be funny about the staff.
I know.
But
I didn't get mad.
the not at all, the people who we're talking about who don't want recreation or want less of it, it was only 3% of the people. And from the data, there's no indication where they live. So they may be people who live near the trailheads. They may not. It's not in the data, right?
I think it's in the correlations that Jonathan is trying to show you, but not in that. So if you go back to
Jonathan can show that, yeah.
Yeah. But, and again, with apologies, the survey closed on the 9th. So that's why our correlative analysis is really just happening live over the last week. But in terms of what is most needed, you can see, and again, I want to just emphasize, this was a survey for Clear Creek County residents. Some people chose to fill it out anyway, even though we said on the first question. Yeah, and so that's an N of 15. So, you know, that's not really what we're focused on here. But if the question is, you know, who were saying none of the above, you know, you can see in the municipalities, if you focus on not the first bar, that's not in Clear Creek County, but the other ones, you know, it's very few. And then, you know, to your point, Sean, like it's kind of evenly distributed. So it's not like none of the abovers are concentrated in any one demographic. And you can look at, and maybe that wasn't the exact question you're looking at, but that's why we are trying to break it down, just to see, is there a clear trend that those unincorporated areas with high access points are saying something louder or proportionately higher than others. That's what the data allows you to do. I mean, I think the macro level data is still, but with some exceptions and notable important differences, there's still the macro level data, which is that generally, regardless of where people live, they feel positively, they, you know, are still saying all of the above with some frequency. So that's just something to keep in mind too, but that's why we want to look at it in both ways.
Yeah, but even the unincorporated areas like where I live, there are no trailheads from Deer Creek open spaces, right?
Right.
None.
And those are differentiated in the study. I saw that.
Yeah, and that's like that final bar, which again has a lower end value. The highest participation rate was for
31
people in
people.
municipalities and people near access points. So that's just something to keep
Yeah.
in mind. Not as many people in the more remote areas were responding, but we do break out their responses so you can kind of see what they're.
If I could just add one more thing, I think it would be that my concern is just making sure
Oh, I see.
that we don't get just obvious general data that leads us to conclusions based on some obvious stuff that you would expect to see, when we haven't like qualified and quantified both sources and opinions. The one thing that jumped out of that at me on one slide that was the most interesting, and you don't have to go back to the slide, but it was a slide that showed how enthusiastic and positive people felt about recreation. And I noted that on the bottom bar, those who felt the most enthusiastic about recreation, only 15% of them cared about recreation impacts on either the community or the environment. That only 15% of them registered that as a concern of theirs. And I just thought that was a kind of a shocking thing, because I would have thought that those that are most enthusiastic about recreation, and it calls into question for me, like how the question's asked and who's answering the question. And some people express enthusiasm that never get out there and do it, so it's hard to know what it means. But of those that express the highest enthusiasm for it, only 15%, about 7 or 8% cared about environmental impacts, about 7 or 8% cared about environment to the community. And I just thought that was a shockingly low number to care about those two things combined, especially among recreational enthusiasts, who I would have thought would have been those who would have therefore been out there enough to see it and understand that there's toilet paper behind every bush on Grace Peak,
Randy, I think it's worth going back to the slide though, because that's not my takeaway from that data. I want to make sure we clarify that. So if you can go back to perception versus what's most needed.
And while you're doing that, if I could just interrupt, just a quick time check.
Okay.
Just curious how much longer you think the presentation will be? Not trying to rush you, just curious.
We were trying to
My
keep it
fault.
to an hour. When did we start?
What's agenda?
So around 10:45 or 10:50. So let's show this slide and then we can go to the last one.
So we're trying to wrap it in 20 minutes.
I'm sorry, what?
We're trying to take another 20 minutes so we can take the full hour allotted to this agenda item.
I'll spend the rest of my time listening and confine my comments to some other time.
Yeah, thanks.
Some means.
Randy, I just want to respond to that because I think that the takeaway, including those who are most positive, it's not that only 15% thought that conservation or enhanced management are needed. It's that the majority said all of the above are needed. We need all of these things, and only 15% said only
It's
conservation.
a different slide, and it was the bottom bar on a horizontal bar graph, not a column graph.
So that was
I think it might have been this one.
Yeah, and this is again, that's why I think it's important to combine both the slide we just showed and this one, and understanding that most people who feel positively think we need a little bit of everything. Those people who felt positively, if they had to pick 3 individual projects, they were picking more of the other things.
And this is a short meeting and a lot of information, and all I'm saying is that when I looked at that bottom bar and looked at the left-hand side of the bottom bar, that jumped out and hit me like a hammer in the forehead.
So I think we should move on to talk about some of the projects, but I just would say that none of the feedback that we are receiving, whether it's from the planning partners team or from this survey, is directive to the task at hand. The purpose of this plan is to inform us of the context in which we're operating so we can manage recreation responsibly. And that is going to include conservation and paying attention to the land and to the caliber and context of our natural resources. If the public does not care about about protecting water, that does not mean that we are not going to protect water. We have to protect water. That's our responsibility as public servants, just as one example, right? Like, we want to know how the public feels about things so we can be responsive to them and do that. But we also have a goal for this plan, which is to manage outdoor resources, natural resources that are being recreated upon. This is a recreation in the outdoors management plan. We're not taking orders from the public. Would you like more trails with your eggs? This is not a short order cook planning process. We have a goal for this plan to protect the resources. And that is what we are working towards doing. To do that responsibly, we have to take a lot of input. We have to learn a lot of information. We are doing that through this process that Julie and her team helped us design. And it includes asking a lot of questions and asking them in the most open-ended, information collecting way. We are collecting information. And so with that, I will talk about the project lists that we have developed that is a reflection of that information that we have collected and the process that we're beginning. And that's an ongoing process to review and massage that project list as moving through and on to a workshopping phase.
One other thing to say, sitting on this side of the table, economic development is another lens that I'm looking at this through.
And that is very relevant, but this is not an economic study, right? Economics and recreation are very related, but we are not looking at this directly as how it impacts economic growth. Our
Right,
ability.
you were talking about the public as having one
Oh,
input
yeah,
into
yeah.
this. That's another input. So
I
this
see
isn't
that, yeah.
Purely
I agree.
about,
Yeah.
Sean,
Yeah.
and I agree. I think that the economic impacts, both positive and negative, quantified and proven, identified, and qualified and quantified so that we understand them. The cost of the benefit and all that kind of stuff are absolute pieces of this puzzle. I also want to be clear that my examples, I tried to use an example from both hiking and from motorized to try to be there. It's my firm belief that there are places and volumes at which all of those things can be done and still be done in this county. The question is, how do we respond to the continuing growing pressure, just like the pressure on the highway that's going on that we can't deny that when we look at it. So I just want to be clear that I'm not trying to pick on any one place. I gave those examples for the reason of showing how a process can produce results which are not dishonest, but sometimes can become misguided because of what people think are true that hasn't been verified. So.
Thanks, Randy.
And I'm sorry, I know we're trying to move on, but quick comment. The economic piece and the public revenues piece is obviously crucial, right? The elephant in the room has a $2.9 million chain hanging around its neck. That's our budget deficit.
This year, just this year.
Yeah.
Gold chain.
Per year, right? He's going to get another gold
Just
chain.
never know next year.
I just want to point out a comment here. I think this was reported by the town of Empire. And they talk about, this is the most important thing, I think, when we're talking about the relationship between recreation and economics. I'm just reading from this report. It's estimated that 5 million cars per year pass through Empire. There's limited available parking and only one set of public restrooms in town. Cars are not able to park on side streets. This limits the ability to capture economic value from would-be visitors. This is maybe the most concise and well-articulated description of what I think is the central problem as it relates to recreation and economics is how are the people who are coming here into the woods ending up at our cash registers? How many of them? How do we get that better? Is there enough parking on main? So how do we design our economies within the municipalities is as much or more important than how we think about like what the number of the people in the woods is. And I just wanted to take a moment to sort of speak to the economic dynamics of the recreation puzzle as well, since you brought it up.
Yeah, I've had people using the in Empire, since you brought Empire up, I've had people using the residential parking in front of my house, which is reserved for the residents in the neighborhood, as a park and ride to go skiing or jumping with their friends and go mountain biking and hiking. And I've had caravans of trucks pulling trailers with OHVs try to park in our neighborhood and unload their stuff and use it as a staging area. And I still have a broken window in my house from somebody doing a donut in front of the house before they took off. So those are real things when we start talking about the impacts on the people and what that, when I hear that statement, that's the first thing I thought about. That is, oh shit, I still got to fix that broken window. Sorry, as the chair, I shouldn't use that word, but
Especially not as the chair.
yeah.
Leave that to low life like Sean.
Yeah, you guys. Okay, thank you again. So continue, and I promised I wouldn't talk anymore, and I was lying.
Okay, I anticipate and hope you'll have a lot of feedback on this next piece. We'll have to, also, I think, chalk it up to, we're going to tee this up. And if you have feedback, particularly survey to and Brian, after this meeting, that's fine. And that's why I'm starting with the process and context, because I don't want to just show you a list and then I want you to understand how this is fitting in. So if you can go, Jonathan, to the next slide. Okay. I will read this for you. So we've been thinking about what ends up in this management plan as priorities going forward. And it started with a needs and opportunities sticky note brainstorm from the planning partners team. What do you want? We asked a similar question in those surveys. In the survey, I think it was question 3, if you could do one thing, what would it be? And we didn't present all that today, but the initial passes, it's a lot of similarities. So that's good. There's alignment of the kinds of things people are coming up with. And these tend to be often pretty specific things. Fix something at this 14er or, address this one trailhead or this or that. At the ROMP level, we're trying to think strategically about the kind of work that needs to be done. So is it 14ers work? Is it, busy trailhead, county road management work? Is it creek work? What are the kind of the buckets of strategic priorities that need to be a focus area going forward? And so once we got all of those sticky notes, and again, we're processing the community survey results, they were grouped, and it was really Amy and then Alex from SE Group, who is a planner, who kind of looked at that and thought about, okay, what does this point towards in terms of thematic and strategic priorities for a ROMP? All still on the table. We didn't just kind of say, oh, that's a bad idea, throw that out, but kind of tried to help filter and frame these in a way that we could bring them back to the group and keep talking, again, thematically and strategically. But you're going to be seeing the same list that the planning partners team was asked to wrestle with at its last meeting. We'll keep refining that list, and we're looking for your feedback on how would you prioritize these, and are there things that are missing? Are there things you'd say, take that, that's can't be a priority for the county right now. Focus in on this thing. That's the kind of stuff we're looking for. So go to the next slide, Jonathan. We asked the planning partners team to start thinking about that list with these things in mind that have come out from their prior conversations. So considerations for how would focusing on this kind of work enrich local communities, welcome diverse visitors, have a positive effect on the environment and on cultural resources. How would it help us build capacity and partnerships to do this work, build on proven successes, not create new problems, build on jointly held values, et cetera. So that's kind of how they started to filter and think about these projects, and they have not prioritized them yet. On Thursday, we're going to ask them for more input on priorities. But one thing they did note is that any of the 12 things you're going to see could have a conservation component, an enhanced management component, or it could be about additional recreational opportunities. So that's something I want you to think about as you look at it, because it may not be written in the most perfect way that represents that. But, where somebody might have come at something saying we need more of something, we're also thinking expansively, okay, well, what does that mean, for the environment, or can we better manage what we have? The next steps are that, as I just mentioned, the planning partners team is going to meet on Thursday. We are going to ask them to wrestle a little bit more with, what might they recommend, but it's purely advisory. We're going to review the community survey feedback to see how does that point towards potential priorities. And we're asking you today, but then also in the coming days, week or so, just to provide additional feedback on that as well. And then it's with all of those inputs, as well as inputs from the research learnings that we're going to ask staff to, Amy, Brian, to say, okay, here's what we're going to workshop going forward. And so of those 12 categories, and maybe it's more or less, by the time you all look at them, what are the projects that really need more attention and discussion from the planning partners team? There are some things on this list that may actually they might be priorities, but they may not be fit for the planning partners team to focus in on, because maybe there's a better forum for that. And no matter what, each project that the planning partners team workshops really it's the first step of kind of a plan to make a plan in a way, because it's saying, okay, if we're going to work on whatever it is, I mentioned 14ers or signage or whatever you see on this, who are the partners, what's the funding, what is it going to take to actually get to a place where we can really detail this, because the ROMP process is at that more strategic level and not going to be fully tactical, telling you go work on exactly this trailhead with this money and this is what you're going to solve or do there. So that's just all context for this list. So go to the next slide, Jonathan. And these are, and again, I think the screen size is our enemy here. We'll walk through it. The kinds of strategic or thematic elements that we've been talking about and that kind of Amy and Alex distilled for consideration are a project to identify conservation and or sustainability priorities, looking at recreational impacts, challenges, solutions, coexistence strategies related to education, enforcement, engineering, and or acquisitions or easements. So a broad bucket of what's our conservation rec plan specifically for the county. The next one's more about messaging, education, wayfinding, parking. How do we link up with the tourism board work and then build in the stewardship messaging and the kind of, additional information that might help people go the right way, park in the right place, do the right thing on the trails, and know what their options are. That's another kind of category of priority. Alternative transportation within the county. So not to the county, but once you're here, how do you get people, around? And how could that help improve challenges within the county in terms of roads and traffic? Water recreation planning. So emphasis on rafting access and permitting. So looking at, coordinating the permit programs, being clear on the creek entry points, having an MOU with CDOT, considering in all that the creek conservation needs. So just general sentiment, the creek's getting kind of hammered and there's lots of different access points and managers, but how do we bring that together more strategically? And again, part of that could include it's not necessarily about expanding recreation, but coordinating it, maybe even saying, hey, this stretch of creek is looking horrible. We need to do more restoration. So kind of looking more in depth at water recreation planning. Making 14ers more resilient. We're driving people to 13ers instead. I won't elaborate on that. Looking at connectivity, resilience, and condition of the trails network. Go to the next slide, please. Looking at current greenway alignment and looking at, where the work has been done, what's still left to be done. Looking at winter visitation, opportunities for non-alpine activities. OHV mini master plan, the idea here being, better coordination and saying, what do we have? What do we want or not want? How are we going to manage that? So kind of taking a more deep dive into that, into OHV use, coordinating on front country parks and facilities. And then the last two, a little more procedural, kind of different bucket, one about potentially having a committee or a permanent group that is engaged in these kinds of ideas going forward. And the other is how do we keep talking about pie in the sky ideas and not just the, things right in front of us. So, Amy, do you want to say anything more?
Just that something like the OHV mini master plan is sort of acknowledgement that some of the projects that are on topics that come up a lot, that's I think we're going to see a lot of narrative comments that reference OHVs and some of the problems. There's everything from people saying it's a problem to it's an opportunity, all along the spectrum. And, but our group is, because there's so many other factors from laws to law enforcement to the Forest Service to all of the factors related to it, we thought this might be the right level of workshop to look at it as, what are the strategies and overall issues, and like get those together in this sort of mini master plan type approach, rather than get at the project with, we just thought we were trying to right size how to approach the projects based on who's at the table, what is the project, what is the level of issues, so we can make some headway on that particular topic. And then, so that's one example of trying to look at what the project is, what the topic is, what the challenges are, what the feedback is that we're having for it, and try to come up with an approach that matched the tools at hand and the level of challenge that is connected with it.
Can I make a comment on that just for a second? Because I think it's germane, because there's some stuff we can learn from experience. And I'll start out by saying there were some folks that wanted to find out whether the community would be in favor of turning Idaho Springs into a gambling town like Central City, Black Hawk, and Cripple Creek back in 1991. And so they went about it by asking and advertising for everyone that was interested in being in this discussion to show up in the room.
Right.
And that's how they socialized it, and that's how they created the group, to have a community discussion about it. Well, if you put an ad in the paper that says, everybody interested in talking about model airplanes, come down to the Buffalo Bar, you're going to get people interested in model airplanes at the Buffalo Bar. So it's probably going to take an engineered process to choose how to build a group to create an OHV master plan.
Right,
Because the last time somebody tried to do exactly that, what they got was pretty much the OHV club meeting to talk about how to create more resources. Not that that's not a good thing and a good voice to have in the room. It's not important, but it was to the exclusion of anybody else, because other people didn't even know it was going on until the results were out. So that's going to take a pretty careful effort to make sure you have all voices in the room that are balanced.
And luckily, we have that, yeah.
Well, and I want to emphasize the RUMP will not be the OHV mini master plan. And but just to be clear, this process will not produce that plan. The workshopping process would say, okay, what's the problem or the challenge or the opportunity? What are we hearing about that? Who would need to be at the table? How would this need to happen? So that's the plan, to make a plan. But just to be clear on any of these, we're not going to come out with an OHV mini master plan.
And to be clear, I'm only talking about a process that went awry once before. And I actually support that bullet point in doing it, and support having the OHV users in there to make sure it's fair to them, and they're getting the right level of opportunity, and also having everybody from the wildlife managers to everybody else to the local citizenry involved, that are impacted by any of the ideas that can come out of that master plan. So that's all I meant, was making sure it's a balance. Getting the right people in the room is key.
Perfect.
Absolutely.
Given the way, I'll just very briefly, given the way other communities in our region talk about OHV recreation in Clear Creek County, I think it's really important for us to know our local answer to that question.
Yeah.
But that's all I'll say right now.
So I think we need to give you this list coming out of this meeting, so that you can think about it. And again, with that in mind, that your input is going to be really important, as it will be staff who really guides. And again, with your input, listening to the PPT, listening to the community survey, but it's going to be a staff who says, okay, let's make the workshops on these topics, right? Let's focus more on framing up these issues. And 12 is probably too many for the time and scope we have. And again, some of these maybe you might say these are great ideas, but they maybe don't need to be workshopped. But yeah, anything that you would really like to see the PPT spend a little more time framing up.
And I would just emphasize one other thing. I think you sort of mentioned this, but we're trying to also emphasize things that have a replication benefit, like things that if we learn how to do it in this one setting, we can apply it to other things. So that's one lens that we're trying to look at in choosing what things to workshop. And then we're also looking at things like, things that might have be able to be taken on by one of the community members. Like, are there any projects on this list that the county could take on its own without having to be a multi-jurisdictional workshopped project? Are there, or that other members of this group could take on? Those are some of the types of questions we are going to be looking at. But we need continued feedback from you all and to continue to get inputs into this project list so we can get to the next step of narrowing it down to the point of workshopping. So that's what we're here today to do.
A couple of thoughts just on the list in general. When I think about possible projects, the winter recreation planning one.
Jonathan, flip forward. So we've got them on 2 slides.
Next page.
Yeah.
That one, I'm pretty interested in that one. The way the conversation around Georgetown is evolved. Georgetown has an economic problem. If there's a place in the county where we have a problem that's described as there are not enough customers around, it's downtown Georgetown in the winter. It's 6th Street Georgetown in the winter. And so like a possible projects thing could be to take a look at what's going on in the Guanilla Pass area as a winter recreation amenity. I don't know the answer to that. I don't, but that could be something that we could look at. I think the town of Georgetown's leadership would appreciate if we made that a priority.
Yeah.
And then the other thing I have, as I look at OHV mini master plan, that looks like it's the only one where we call out a specific type of use to evaluate. And I mean, we could also look at a cycling master plan. We could look at, a lot of different, the bigger question that I think this board needs to answer and this organization needs to be aligned on is how are we looking at the different user groups in terms of do these provide opportunity? Do they provide risks? Are they good for our economy? Are they not good for our economy? Are some better for our economy than others? That's a conversation that I think we kind of need to have first. And it might be that we say, hey, here's a type of use that we think fits for us economically and socially, and we want to build a master plan around that type of use because we think that's our future. Or this one over here is such a problem that we have to do a plan around it because it's driving everybody crazy.
Yeah.
So those are my comments as of right now.
That's good. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's true also. But no, I mean, I look down through the participants list and I can probably figure out where some of a few suggestions came from, and that's fine. I think when you're brainstorming and you've got everybody in the room, there should be no judgmentalism. Anybody should be able to splash whatever color paint they want on the wall, and then we can have the discussion about it. So I support our having a policy. For example, the reason I say an OHV mini master plan is I support the county developing a policy about what we want to do with regard to whether or not to, for example, develop any more possibilities there. All those kind of things are subject to discussion within that. And the reality is mountain biking is another area that has great benefits and also impacts and stuff. And that's an area that's just as important if you're going to create where do we build the North Floyd Hill open space type projects if we build any more of them? What do we want to do there? It's important to know the answer to that question. So.
Thanks, Randy. Sean, do you have any initial feedback? And again, we can get more later.
I don't think anything that's not already been said.
Great. Yeah, and again, this is where if there are things not on this list, then that's okay too.
Mr. Chair?
There's actually one other thing. I'm curious that at some point, it may be outside the scope of this, there are places like Beaverbrook, and people know I brought this up a few times, that are essentially unmanaged resources. And the process to change that, talking to the Forest Service, their standard answer is this isn't in the Forest Service plan. That's why there's no signs, and the trails are a combination of dirt roads and pirate trails that the neighbors have done illegally over time. I personally think that's an example of a huge opportunity if we look at it systemically from a state and local and regional level, but there's probably other ones too.
Yeah.
That's kind of what I meant by getting the right people in. Same's true for mountain biking, as I mentioned for OHVs, is making sure you got the people in the room so you can reach agreements that are actually viable, since so much of the land that we're talking about isn't even under our control.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
question, do you want them just to email the two of you directly with any comments on the survey as well as the project list? How do you want to handle that?
We were thinking we would send this deck and that could be, since that has all of the available disaggregated correlated survey data and the project list, that could be a structure for providing comments or questions. That would work? If
I think so.
If that works for you, that would be, that we could do that.
You had intended, we've seen it before this meeting even, so, yeah.
Well, this deck we actually didn't have available before this meeting. So just because so much of the data we were preparing up until the end of the week. So we could do that, and you could provide comments or questions into the deck and get it back to us that way. You know, there'd be sort of a structure for your comments, if that worked.
Yeah, it works great. I think everything that you've done and included, you know, the stuff that you intended to send us, this deck, and a digital version of this guy right here, which is maybe what was attached, that intended to have been attached, would be good.
And that should be in your email already.
Okay.
And then just, there will be an additional report on that crunches up all of the narrative responses that are in that document.
And the graph. So there'll be a report that brings it all together.
Yeah.
So a whole list of a lot more of these and a whole list of a lot less of those.
Yeah.
Yeah, goes.
It's one of the really quick observation, and we talked about it before, but you know, selection bias. It's not clear to me how much faith I should put in this. And I think about things like Nielsen and how they, and political surveys where they actually reach out proactively to get a representative sample. And I don't know if there's a way in the future to add that or to do that. Just maybe we only have to do it once to basically say, you know, we did it this way with this potential selection bias. We did it another way. Do we get the same answers, or do we get totally different answers, which makes us question continuing to use this approach going forward?
There is some additional demographic data that we can provide that was collected just with like about age, right? And a few things that we can offer to at least give some.
It still doesn't answer.
It doesn't
address the selection issue.
No, it doesn't, but it at least can offer a little bit more information on the breadth of the respondents. But that's that's not, we're not able to offer that. So
I'm a little bit less worried about that dynamic, given that our intention with this survey isn't to, engage in direct democracy, right? Like, we're not asking for people to vote on whether a trailhead is going to go somewhere.
Right.
I agree. The results of the vote.
We're not at that level.
But it's what do people think? Not, it's kind of what does everybody think, not what are the people who are passionate about this think.
And that's the way I read the survey, is what are the people who are passionate about this thing, right? Because you're right, there's some selection.
But everyone else pays taxes too.
It's like the model airplane club I was talking about.
I would say that's why disaggregating is helpful, like, because you can look, what are the people who are passionately negative about this thing? What are the people who are passionately positive? But there's actually a fair chunk of people who are neutral about recreation, and so that gives you a little bit of a wrinkle too. It doesn't perfectly describe, but if you're really kind of worried, like, well, this is only the people who are super psyched about recreation in Clear Creek, well, then let's dig down on what the people who are neutral were saying, or the people who are negative. And that's when we look at the open-ended responses, that's actually how we'll organize those, is what do the people who are positive say, what do the people who are neutral say and negative? Because I think that's the greatest. I think we had pretty decent distribution on residents, like where people were living, and we can look at that. But I think the greatest risk for selection bias is, did you get the people who don't really care about recreation, and that neutral category gives you a little, or don't care about its impacts as much in either direction, those less passionate folks. And I think there's enough of a sample size that we could see if the trends are different for them than
Well, to
for
challenge you a little bit, I mean, there's plenty of people who live in my neck of the woods who are on Facebook who don't really have a dog in the fight, right? They don't have it in their neighborhood. It doesn't affect their traffic patterns, et cetera.
May not even be recreating.
Yeah. So I don't know. I think it's, at some point, I think it's worth looking at it through a different lens, just to see how much credibility we should put in these type of surveys.
Yeah.
And it's not just with recreation, it's kind of with how we've been doing everything.
When we make something that is publicly available, it's kind of like I mentioned, the fan football polls you get, and it's always like the Maryland Institute of Technology is the number one football team in the nation, you know, because all the kids had a bunch of beer that night and voted 50 times, you know, and
Right.
so and it's kind of like I said, the Model Airplane Club, if a particular stakeholder group realizes that there are potential implications for them either to gain a foothold or to make sure they don't get aced out, then they're going to mobilize.
Yeah.
And they're going to take advantage of the poll, and it's going to skew the poll. And so you know that some of that is involved in this, and we don't, and that can be by any group, group.
Right. Yeah.
What else?
I think that's it. That's good feedback. We will think about ways to respond. I'll think about that, Sean, and we will get you this deck so you can respond more thoroughly to it. There'll be a more thorough report on the community survey. And I think that covers it. If you don't have any other questions,
Can I give one timeline note? The planning partners team's first kind of workshop to take on at least a couple of the projects that are rising to the top as potential priorities is February 21st. So we want to make a decision, you know, ahead of that, obviously by at least a couple weeks around at least what those ones will be. So, you know, just factoring that into timelines. I'll let Amy think about exact timelines, but I think the sooner we can get feedback, that's great. And then we'll want to put a plan in motion for those particular workshop type topics.
yeah.
I mean, I think the most obvious outcome is that from this session is that we need another one on the 7th. Right?
Yeah, problem.
Because you guys wanted feedback on this list and don't have it, and we can do some one-on-one feedback, but probably want something more than that.
We can figure that out. Yeah. Brian and I can put our heads together on that. And, I don't know that
Not like
we can figure that out.
Julie has to drive all the way out here or anything
Yeah.
like that, but.
Yeah, we'll figure that out.
Thank you all. Thanks for drinking from the fire hose with us today.
So
Seems like we've
are you
just been
sending
like pointing
this
the fire
also?
That should be
It's in the-
part of it should be in the packet. Yeah.
It's in there? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Very good.
I just see, I guess there's more than two. So I see two attachments, graphs only and survey responses.
Well, the cover memo included that table with
Okay.
or at least I believe it did.
Unless that one fell off also.
No, the cover memo should be there.
The memo was in there. It was this and this
Oh,
that were not
I
in
thought that
there.
was in there.
Unless you added it back in.
We'll email it. Make sure you got everything.
Yeah, okay, that's all I was
Yep.
saying. And honestly, for the public, if it should have been part of the packet,
We'll
you might
upload
want to
it.
update the packet so that the public can see in
Right.
retrospect what was.
I can add that to open media with the video too, so they can see it.
Okey doke.
Thanks.
Cool.
Thank you.
I might with your agenda.
Yes.
I know we're gonna lose Sean.
12:30, or maybe an hour before.
So we're gonna lose Sean at 12:30, and we've got an executive session that was scheduled for 11. I moved the 10:10 to action off of the consent agenda because I knew that I figured Sean was
It's
gonna
like,
have,
I have like 2 minutes worth of questions.
gonna have,
We could
so
just
she's
vote.
not here yet. So I
Okay.
need to get her over here. I know you're gonna have some questions about that.
So what's your suggestion?
Well, and really would like him to weigh in on the executive session. And the one thing I haven't yet had a chance to share with Peter yet is
Can I do it on the phone when I'm driving to Denver?
you could, yes, but more than likely, we're gonna need another special meeting specific for an executive session on this topic before our next meeting on the 7th. So I don't know if we can potentially delay today's executive session to do that, or
What about having Sean here for the shooting park status as well? How important is that going
well,
to be?
they're all important. I'm just trying to.
Yeah, that's what
trying to
I'm bringing it
prioritize.
up.
Well, again, I moved let's get Caroline over here so he can answer his ask his questions. So how about a 2-minute break? I'll get her over here.
Sure.
And we'll do
Okay,
that.
all right. And then we'll move into shooting park status.
Yeah, I think so.
And then we'll do executive session over the phone if we need
Yeah.
to.
And again, we're gonna probably have to schedule another one anyway, given timing of some things that are happening, a grant we need to potentially submit, et cetera.
Okay.
Can we, well,
Thank you for the report and your endurance.
just
Yours too.
Thursday and Friday are both maybe really complicated for us to get a special meeting.
Well, it could be
The
next,
reason
next
I'm-
week will work.
Okay, because
Are you
tomorrow
talking
afternoon, if we wanted to commit right now, we could have 24 hours to do an executive session tomorrow.
Tomorrow afternoon?
You don't need 24 hours for an executive session.
I don't know if we'll be ready by tomorrow afternoon. I need to have a conversation with Amy about that, but
So that leads me to believe it could be to your advantage for us not to have this executive session that's scheduled today.
Yeah.
let us have a little, how about we take 5 minutes? I'll get Caroline over here. I'll have a conversation
Let's do
with.
that right now. Get her over here so we can get on. Okay, we're back in session, and our next item we're going to drop back to is the 1110 or the 1010 item. Consideration of approval of amendment to the county employee 401A retirement plan for non-exempt emergency medical services staff, Carol Ann Fortune.
Yes, thank you. So as you know, we have two different retirement plans. One of them is the 401A, which is our retirement plan and trust agreement. And then the other one is the 457B, which is the deferred compensation plan. Our 401A plan and our 457B plan are very different. They're designed differently. Some of the primary differences are the 457 plan does not have a definition for eligibility, has different access to funds. It is designated in the plan that there's no employer contribution permitted for this plan. And there's no vesting schedule and there's no defined compensation. So because of that, because there's no defined compensation, my predecessor decided to set up a special benefit for our EMS non-exempt staff because they're working mandatory overtime every week. In order for that compensation to be included in the match benefit that the county is offering, they created a 457B kind of match contribution that the county is funding. And employees have the choice to fund it if they want to match it, but they don't have to, and the majority aren't. So the purpose of this request is to remedy the issue that we have now with not being in compliance with our 457 plan, to still allow for this benefit, but to wrap it into our 401A plan with an amendment, which allows for the compensation of overtime just for our non-exempt EMS staff to be considered eligible compensation for the purpose of calculating that 4% contribution and match. So do you have any questions?
My question.
That's easy,
My
right?
question, I think, is a pretty simple one. So as I understand it, electeds are the only group within the county who are allowed to opt out of the 401A.
I don't
know the answer to that.
think that's not in the,
But no, well, other rank and file are not allowed to opt out of the 401A, right? It's 4% that
it
gets
is
put in.
mandatory.
It's mandatory. I think I'm right. I'm pretty sure
That's true. I don't
electeds
know
are
about
the
the
ones who,
elected, but
I think we can, it would be stupid of us to, but I think we could. So my understanding is the net effect of this is going to be, now they're going to be mandated to participate in this. So their contributions for their extra hours are going to be a new 4% that they weren't contributing before, plus the 4% that the county's matching.
Yes.
So it'll decrease it'll be good for everyone in the long term. Plus what we were doing before was a little strange.
And not in compliance with our plan.
Got it. Okay, those are my only questions. Thanks.
Okay.
I mean, Sean's question kind of begs another one. How does staff feel about the change?
So I talked to Brian about it, Brian Monsu, and he indicated that this is something that, you know, they all are very aware, and I think they're appreciative of the fact that we're taking care of their retirement plan in a way that's in compliance, and now just kind of forcing the option that they had before. So I think it's mostly appreciated. There may be a few people that are not going to be in favor, but we haven't had any.
I assume it probably wouldn't make it here without staff support. So that was my only question. Thank you.
Yeah, because I don't think we have a choice. I think we have to do it. I think what we're doing before was improper.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it's either do this or stop doing it altogether and stick with just what we had before, which is the 401A, and no overtime is considered eligible compensation, and they would lose a significant portion of their retirement.
Yeah, I'd love at some point to have a discussion about the possibility of matching some of the 457. We were talking about retirement benefits earlier today, but we can have that another time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. We need to do some more analysis. Now that Carol Ann's here, we got a new finance team in place. I think we can probably dust that off and probably sharpen our pencils a little bit.
Okay, well, if we could do that. In the meantime, I think we've got Bill Lee sitting out in the lobby and we've got Lisa sitting here waiting. So if on this particular subject, if we've exhausted our questions, then do I have a motion?
Move we approve the amendment to the county employee 401A retirement plan for non-exempt emergency medical services staff.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. No further discussion, I presume. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And next, we have a brief update on the shooting park status. Thank you, Lisa, for your patience. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Chairman Wheelock. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm bringing forward to you the CPW grant application for Phase 3 of the shooting range project. It's an ask for $365,000 total, and that breaks down as $225,000 from a cash for CPW request, $125,000 cash match from Clear Creek County that we were proposing comes from the 2024 capital funds request, and a $15,000 in-kind match, which would be staff time. The Phase 1, the memo included Phase 2, Phase 1 was the sound test and preliminary engineering. Phase 2 has the final engineering, lead and soil remediation, civil site construction, operations building, the well and sewer. That is, as it mentioned in the memo, actually exceeds the existing budget of 1.41 million. We're hoping that we can make up that shortfall with the remediation from project and the lead that we get to sell back once we pull it out of the ground. If all goes well, that will happen. And then the Phase 3 is to finish the project and plan with the tentative plan to be open to the public in summer of 2024. So I'll keep it short since time is of the essence, and see if you have any questions. And Brian Welsh is here from EV Studio if you have any questions for the engineering piece of it.
And Mr. Chair, if I can just add, part of this is to, Phase 3 is unfunded at this point, as you know, and it's got some of the remaining aspects of making a quality shooting range, right? So we got to figure out a way to fund that. And so I think what Lisa said is, we've secured the ability to apply for a grant, but we're going to need that. We're going to need the match for that. And today we're not looking for action. We're just looking for some feedback on that option.
I see.
And I would then be building that into the 24 budget, that grant match in order to fund that Phase 3. So that's the reason we're here today, just to kind of give you an update on where we're at and where we're headed, just to make sure you're good with the direction we're headed and the path we're taking. So
You answered my question. I was wondering the source of the funds, whether it had been budgeted or not. And
right.
Yeah. So in terms of philosophically, I'll speak for myself. I think I'm fine with us continuing to investigate sources of money and potentially budgeting it for 2024.
Mm-hmm. And that's the ask is for 2024?
Yes, it would be something that I would be building, we would be building into the.
Building the ask for 2024.
Yeah, into the FY 24 proposed budget. So you would see it there in relationship to everything else.
Yeah.
So let me make sure I'm understanding. The memo says that the plan was to apply for a grant for Phase 3. You're asking if we can delay that until 2024.
The need for the match won't be till 2024.
Correct.
Oh, okay. So we apply this year, we budget for the match next year.
Correct.
Correct. The grant application is due next Tuesday, January 31st. I go in front of the CPW Review Board formally in April. We should hear by June. It takes usually 4 to 6 months for a contract back from CPW. So we will have time if it's in the 2024 budget.
So it would be, so by the fall, we'd have firmed everything up and be ready to, and then we'd have something concrete to justify a budget line item. So. Okay.
Correct.
Got it. Makes sense.
I have another thought too, which I'd love to talk to you about one-on-one in our weekly meeting rather than here.
Yeah.
Thanks.
And one more aspect of this, I think, is the fact that we're getting ready to put an RFP out for an operator. How would you feel about us including in that RFP the potential for additional land adjacent to the shooting range to be included in the RFP as a potential spot for an operator to operate out of? Meaning, do we build a larger clubhouse on that piece of property that becomes some kind of a retail operation as it relates to the shooting range? Not something we'd be committing to today, but an option we can review as we're reviewing RFPs. We've already had, staff has reached out to an operator that's already operating a facility down in Denver, who are very excited to learn about our project. until they saw our plans for our clubhouse and then said, that's not gonna work for us. Which is.
Because it was inadequate.
Yeah, which is what we've told you all along.
Yeah.
In order to have a truly functioning retail operation related to that operation, we would need to the shooting range, excuse me, we would need some kind of a, an operating clubhouse. Again, not committing to anything, just putting it into an RFP to see what people propose as kind of almost like an ad alternate in an RFP itself.
I hear a couple different things. I'm not sure that the deficiencies in the clubhouse as it was value engineered, I'm not sure the only solution is to think about how that shooting range can occupy more space. Looking at the footprint of that club could just basically be built that all of it is indoors again. And we don't have to, expand beyond the footprint, right? That said, I think we should always try to write our RFPs in a way that if somebody has a creative idea they want to pitch us on, it's clear that we have open ears.
Looking to expand our options.
I would think about it as an option A, option B thing or something like that. And it sounds like they're not even interested in option A in this case, but I kind of tend to think it's part of a larger conversation that we had previously that dates even before you, Brian, where we talked about that shooting range space and what's the value of the land alongside both to road and bridge or to, divesting to the private sector or any number of things. What's the highest and best use of land? So but I mean, I'm always up for somebody that wants to splatter paint at the wall and come up with a new picture that we hadn't thought of. So.
Yeah, I mean, giving us more options might, gives us the opportunity to go to a potential operator and say, can you bring something to the table to help us with this project and make your retail operation better in the end also, so.
Okay. So all you needed was just us to kind of go like this over this today and say, keep going, you're on the right track, or?
Right, because, the grants do.
Yeah, let's keep moving. Thank you for all your hard work again. Thank you again for all your hard work on this. And like I said to Amy a little bit ago, especially for your endurance and staying with it. It's been kind of a marathon run for you. I appreciate that.
The club is removing all of their equipment this month and we'll be breaking ground in the next few months. So that's pretty exciting.
I want to just sort of plant a seed really quick. We're thinking about this gap that's remaining and how we finance this facility. To my knowledge, we haven't explored the private philanthropy route. And we got some run out of that approach with the clinic. And we have a relationship with somebody, Rob Pike, right? Gem Consulting. I just planting a seed that maybe private philanthropy helps us fill in that gap. I know the NRA is out of money, right? But so yes, I'm sort of spiking the football.
We're not done fundraising for the clinic.
The NRA is not given to the clinic. So.
Well, true. Well, you never know.
Which is both an example and a continuing need. So I think private philanthropy would be good for this too. But I think the main thing is let's get that grant application turned in and
I'd be okay with staff reaching out to Rob and saying, hey, we have a financing gap. Rob Pike with Gem Consulting and saying, hey, here's our financing gap for this capital project. What do you think? Just see if he thinks that he can perform for us.
We don't have a contract with him anymore.
Right.
Right, this is something totally new.
Yeah. But we don't even have one with him now. Yeah. That one ended.
But you're saying pick his brain about another one he might like to have or something.
I mean, he might look at it and say, yeah, good luck. Or he might look at it and say, you know what? I've got a relationship with somebody that might do this.
Can't hurt to ask.
Can't hurt to ask. So.
Okay. Thanks, Lisa.
Thank you.
And now we have our 12:30 interview for vacancy. And we're actually right on time for Bill D.
When's your hard stop, Sean?
I gotta go right now. It's at 1:30.
I'm not seeing a Bill Lee yet.
You care about this?
I saw him out.
He's already served, right?
Oh, he's here.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Love it.
I can watch it later. Yeah.
Where is
And we don't make a decision today anyway.
Right here.
Right here.
Yep, you got it.
Where's Bill Lee? Hi, Santa.
One of my aliases.
You're on vacation now. I guess it's over, huh? Yeah.
Bill, no disrespect, but I got a meeting at CDPHE in 1 hour, so I got to take out of here, but I have no concerns with your application unless you say something unexpected that I watch later.
Right, you never know. Pretty outspoken sometimes.
He's letting you know. Okay, thanks for your, first of all, your continuing service and your request for re-upping. How long have you been there now?
I've lost track. I really don't remember when I first started.
I tell you.
It's been a number of years, which I think is good.
Yeah.
I've seen a lot of changes and commissioners with building and planning department and all that. And I think that's allows for feedback for the other Board of Adjustment members so they can gain insight into different things.
You mentioned that you had, I was thinking about one in the second, the second paragraph here, you mentioned all current aspects and topics about the county concern me.
Yes.
And I didn't know if that was just a general statement that of course everything affects you and concerns you, or if you wanted to expound on that at all, or?
Well, I can expound a little bit. It's, even you being the commissioner for the west end of the county, there are people in the far west end who have different needs and wants than you have. And we all have to take all these things into consideration. I see a real demand for much more housing and how we need to deal with that. I see the problems partly because of some of my contacts in Idaho Springs, where we really have a need for employee housing if we're going to keep the employees to keep the activities that we want to have in this county. And any of those activities, I mean, you've been a big fan of mountain biking and mountain biking trails. And I look at that and think we could have somebody doing mountain bike tours, renting mountain bikes and doing things like that, like they do in Vale area. But we need employees to do that kind of thing. They don't have enough employees to even staff the businesses in Idaho Springs. So just the total picture, even I wish Sean was here right now, because then I say that the needs on the east end of the county are totally different than they are here. And there are subjects I could bring up that could get really long-winded. I don't want to, about some of the things that commissioners in the past have put into the, I don't know what they call it, the statutes or whatever, that I don't believe should be there. But I don't want to be a rebel rouser, but I like to create a little bit of controversy and show different things and let everybody see the total picture, the total needs of everybody. Yeah. Right now, I think we have a big need that we're not totally covering properly with, how do I say it nicely, something that I know is helping the county put money in the coffers, but I don't think it's the best thing for the state to have allowed to be introduced into the state, and that's marijuana. But that's just my opinion. I think marijuana's caused a lot of problems in a lot of situations where people do not have the right kind of, what's the words I'm looking for, the right, they can't control their habits, if that's the way to put it. And so for some people that creates abuse problems. And then we have other abuse problems. I'm dealing with trying to help a friend with his son's fentanyl problem right now. And it's all interact. When I talk about drugs and abuse, whether it's illegal, legal, or whatever, those are issues we have to deal with. And I'm seeing problems with people in this county having those kind of issues and how we need to help them. And so when I say something that's broad, but my interests are for the county and doing the best that we can for the county. And Sometimes they'll be a little more argumentative, but it's just try to show the total picture to let everybody see, well, these people have this viewpoint, but then these people have this viewpoint, and how can we compromise? What can we work out? And I don't really push that with the other members of the board, but I do talk to them about how sometimes in the past there's been different views by different members of the board about things. How for years, view sheds was a major issue. But I also looked at the issue of somebody owning property and have a right to do something with their property. You know, that we need to reach a median there. If you build on the ridge, that was a no-no because you're interrupting my view shed. Well, that's my property. I have a right to build on it. That kind of issue. And so I'd like to point out to the other members of the board when we're discussing something, or even after when we discuss the issues after we've reached our decisions, how in the past things were looked at a little bit differently. I mean, I go all the way back to when Joanne Sorensen was sitting in your position. And so I've seen a lot. I've gone through a lot with the building process. I've seen a lot of changes there. Some I think are good, some I think are bad. But, I accept that we're going to have change. And sometimes I like to bring up some issues and points. And maybe I'll come in here another time to do that. That's not what this is all about.
Well, I was just asking you a question about what I saw in your application letter. George, you got questions?
Yeah, I mean, a couple. I mean, first off, this is probably the first reappointment where we've asked you to come for an interview.
Yes.
It's something that we're doing with every position on every board.
Every board and every position.
And I think it's useful, and I think it's as much about trying to make sure a reappointment is appropriate as it is about trying to just kind of tighten up, trying to break down some silos between all these different commissions and this board and everything else. So just so you know, that's why we're trying to do it like this. So the questions that I have, I think anytime somebody has been doing something for 20 years or so, especially on a volunteer basis, I want to express gratitude that you're volunteering, right? And taking the time. And I want to ask you, how do you stay interested? How do you, are you as excited to read the packet today as you were on day one? And how have you maintained that excitement?
Partly because I've seen all the changes. I like to be there and be involved and point out things maybe that the other board members would not have realized. And I feel like I have a civic duty to be involved in the county. Truthfully, when I first got involved, I thought I might have been getting involved more with building and with the planning, because planning was handled a little bit differently back then. And I was a little upset about how onerous it was for the little person to get through the building process. I still think that's a little bit of a problem. Where anybody that has money and influence seems to get things done a lot quicker. And maybe it's partly because in the old days, I realized that infrastructure was a problem. That we had to have infrastructure to support some of the building and all. So everybody liked to see somebody building a really big house and maybe having sprinkler systems and all that kind of stuff. Where nowadays things are actually, in the building and planning department, they're actually looking at things with a totally different perspective. They're seeming a lot more open to the possibility of tiny homes and other things like that, which I think is a little interesting when back once before they weren't that open to it. So I just think this longevity is giving me a much bigger picture about what's happened in the past, how to talk to the other board members and give them insight. I really believe that board members should be, I think we need some really young faces on the board. We had a young fellow there for a while back, and then he got a good position and moved out of the county. But I thought he was a really good person to be on the board. The problem with this board is that it's not near as interesting as some of the other volunteer positions. But I've learned that it's really interesting for me, and that I can help the other board members, new ones, young and old, gain insight into how things have been in the past and what changes are happening, and let them go forward with their decisions. And pretty much the way the building planning department is doing it now, it's pretty much cut and dried for us anyway. They lay everything out for us, and they tell us whether they think we should approve it or not approve it. And I would say 99.99% of the time, we're just rubber stamping something.
That was going to be my other question, because I know there's probably an instance where one of our boards has made a recommendation and I've felt differently, or staff has made a recommendation and I've felt differently. I always try to think really carefully before I, am at odds with them. So I have that same question. You think about 99% of the time you agree with the staff's recommendations?
Just the last meeting we had, there was a little controversy, and we voted to add or change the language on the staff's recommendation. And I was one of the ones, besides Martha Miles, who's now the chair. We are the ones who actually brought that subject up and discussed it with the others. And then we added a little to the language and approving the variance, just not rubber stamping it.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's obviously we don't appoint you to defer to staff, right?
To what?
Defer to staff, right? We appoint you to
No, but
intellect.
what's happening is they are doing a lot more thorough job in some ways than they used to in the past. So in that sense, I think Denise Tennant, who's putting together these packets for us and all, is being pretty thorough in what she's doing. But she's also, partly because of the rest of the department, she's also looking at things a little bit differently, like, because she's seeing what, I forget his name is, how some of the building inspectors and others are handling things a little bit differently. They're looking at the fact that it's okay to have a vault system with your property and have it pumped out, because we're putting alarm systems on them anyway and things like that. Where in the past, oh, you can't do that, you can't do this. They're being a little more open-minded about those kind of things. And that's just one little example, but I think overall it's been good, because it's helping those who have property and have a right to build on them see their dreams come true, if that's the way to put it.
How long have you lived in the county now?
I've had property since 2001.
And you lived here before that? Is that right? Or is that when you moved here?
No. I didn't even start living way back. Fabian Watrous, and I forget the gentleman's name.
Peru.
Yeah, way back then, I came before them and asked for a temporary special use permit. I went through the whole process by the book, where a lot of people haven't. And a lot of people think, I'm gonna do this. Maybe I'll get a slap on the hand. When I finally follow through. And that's part of why I made a comment about going through the whole process, is I did everything by the book. And it really hurt me in some of my other plans with the group of mining claims that I had, that all had technically a right to build on, going through the boundary line adjustment process and those kind of things. What I went through the years, all that's been an educational process for me that I think is helpful in the total picture of things.
Okay. I don't think I have any more questions.
Okay.
George?
I agree with you. You're right about the diversity on the board is really important. What's the current state of diversity, and how would your appointment change
All
that?
parts. No. Martha Miles is probably the youngest one on the board, and she's the chairperson. the others that have come up, there are not that many young people. I think there is kind of a transition, but there have not been that many young people who really want to volunteer to help. When we get older, we feel like it's our civic duty. We want to help, and then we start getting on boards. I wish there was a way to encourage more young people to get involved. I'm not sure what the secret is, but I'm open to saying something to some young person because there's still more vacancies on the board. That's one reason why Denise doesn't want me to leave, because we might not be able to have a quorum if I would leave. But I'm open to even throwing it out to some younger people when I see them. If they seem like they're a little civic minded or something. Hey, we got an opening on the Board of Adjustments. How about applying? But then when the process, how I say it, if the process becomes too cumbersome, they don't want to get involved.
That's fair.
Which means even having to meet with you, it starts becoming more of a cumbersome process for them, and they're less likely to want to get involved. But I understand why you're doing it, which is why I'm sitting here now.
Yeah, thank you. I want to dig in just a little bit deeper on a comment you made. Something about it's hard to see, and I agree with you. There's a real difference in how easy it is to get through a land use or a building permit process, depending on how much money you have. Right. On the one hand, you've got somebody who can afford the engineers and the lawyers. And on the other hand, you've got somebody that's trying to understand all of these rules themselves.
Right.
But I want to make sure, because that's one way to interpret your statement, is that it's about access to advice and expertise. Another way to interpret that statement is that you think that our staff is taking bribes. And I just wanted to address that explicitly to give you the opportunity to clarify. Do you think our staff is taking bribes?
I do not think your staff is taking bribes.
Okay.
I do not think that at all. But I will say that there are people in different circles who could consider fast tracking some huge metal building that's being used as a growth facility, might offer somebody a bribe because they want that facility to get built as soon as possible and they want to grow their marijuana. Okay? I'm not saying it's happening at all, but I will say there's a possibility it could be offered by the people that have money.
So
The reason, sorry.
go ahead.
And so I don't mind. It's just a subject I think.
The reason I asked is because you've been on the Board of Adjustments, and of course, these adjustments aren't, staff only. Part of the reason we don't do staff only adjustments like this is so that there is sort of a constituent check on the process. And I think if you saw a bunch of why is staff recommending to approve this adjustment? Like they must have put some money in their pocket, right? Like I was just curious if you're seeing in spending 15 years on that board, if you're seeing things like that happen or not.
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think so at all. It's just what I've seen happen is that there's been a change. There's been a difference happening I walk in there now and I see all those bodies and I don't understand that sometimes. But I don't know how the county's growing. I don't know about everything else. I could say, as one example, you got two guys driving all around the county. One day a week, they're both there. The other days a week, they're not. Why can't they be in the animal shelter helping out some instead of driving constantly all over the county and wasting county gas and all? See, I look at things from a different perspective. And that's just
which
one
guys you're
example.
referring to or which vehicles you're referring to.
Animal control.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify because
I just look at things differently. And so sometimes I don't understand things, but I think that's not bad.
Okay.
The thing I just want to make abundantly clear is that if you ever saw a case come in front of the Board of Adjustments where you thought there might be some corruption or staff was making a recommendation because of a bribe or something, I hope you would come to us about that case specifically and we would hear about it then. Because the idea that you've spent 15 years on the board and you're not sure, and you're making those statements, it makes me uncomfortable because our first job as citizens, the citizens in this process, you and I, is to call out things like that and make sure they're not happening. So I'm of the impression here that it's not happening on our staff. It doesn't happen. It won't happen. And if it ever did happen, you would notice. That's why we appoint you to that position, and you would bring it up then and not after the fact. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay.
There's, nothing ever has been obvious to me or I would have said something.
Okay.
I wanted to speak up.
And especially since if there's been nothing brought up to us, then if that's not what it means to say those with money seem to get through more easily.
And that has a lot to.
Then my next question is, what does it mean if it doesn't mean that?
Because they've got the deep pockets to hire engineers and architects and pay to get the power lines brought in, all this other stuff.
Okay, so
That's what I'm
so they have the money to be able to build and achieve compliance and build.
Yes.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to dig into that a little bit because I just wanted to make sure that you're not over here observing things that we should really be daylighting and discussing publicly. But it sounds like you're not, so I'm glad to hear that.
So I said so I did have one more question after I said I didn't have another question, but it was stimulated by this one. Yes. Did you have something to say, Brian? You were twirling your.
Just twirling my. Sorry.
It looked like you were getting ready to wave your baton there. So I appreciate your time here, Bill, and your time in county and your time in service also on the Board of Adjustments. And we don't make a decision here today on it. We go through this interview. Like I said, we've decided to interview everyone for every position rather than just take staff recommendations for new appointments, and also to re-interview everyone who reapplies. And the purpose is both to gauge your sense of commitment and willingness and desire to continue. And also it's a two-way street. It's sort of like an opportunity to clear the air both directions and hear from you about how it's going in your work, for example, with the Board of Adjustments, so we can learn from the people on our team, because you're part of the team too as a result of that volunteer work, to hear things that we can process and make things better too, to hear back from about ourselves as well as to hear about you and the board. So thank you for your time here today. Appreciate it. And there'll be a decision forthcoming in the next probably couple of weeks or something like that.
Okay, well then I'll make at least one more meeting.
Usually what we'll do is in the next meeting, we'll spend 10 minutes talking about it during manager update or something, right? Sure. Well, that's my hope, is that this comes up in the manager update in our next meeting, and then you hear about it in the meeting after that.
Thanks a lot, Bill.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay, so that brings us to the end of the regular portion of the meeting, and we don't need an executive session today, or we do?
We do. We're just going to talk process, so it'll be brief.
Okay.
I let Sean know that already. So.
All right, then in that case, I move that we go into executive session for the following purposes.
Pursuant to CRS 24640224A, for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purpose of receiving direction related to the purchase, acquisition, lease, transfer, or sale of any real, personal, or other property interest in 5 mobile home parks currently for sale in Clear Creek County. The agenda says 6, but it's 5.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And with that, so we will now move into executive session. No written minutes will be kept, no decisions will be made, and there will be a 2-minute break before entering that session at the minimum. So.
And then we will come back and just conclude the regular session.
Exactly. We will come back in and conclude, but there will be no other business conducted today after the executive session. So just so, but the public is welcome to watch us come back and conclude the meeting and adjourn if they wish. So. Regular session of the BOCC, we have concluded our executive session. No written minutes were kept and no decisions were made. And with that, we are adjourned for the day.
Thank you.
Thank you.